So we had the Narmada Solidarity Forum, which we had started here, which was supporting the Narmada Bachao Andolan. At the same time, people from coastal Karnataka came to us and said, we would like some help because that area is being dumped with industries and infrastructure in the post-liberalization phase, and natural resources were being commodified. So the Bangalore support group started as a bridge, in a sense, to articulate the voices from the coast, so it could be heard in the capital city of Bangalore and also in Delhi, for instance. That idea of acting as a support
And more eloquent. So I don't think whether I should really say something. But Leo Saldana, he lent very able hand. So the code was not very big to help us. The argument to environmental constitutional. They are looking at protections are not enough. By way of interpretive protection that is being given, one interpretation being given to the word life. That's not enough. That we don't have to even treaties have been, given a legal. You have the Privy Council and that treaty is the legal act, but environment is not. Environment, so give a legal act. You must fight now. You are the- I am an extremist. Why? So thank you. I won't text your patience. I'm sorry to take this from your zone this time. So after let's go on the legislators. Thank you. Well, I'm grateful to Leo for giving me this brief opportunity to meet all old friends, old troublemakers, new friends, environmental activists, and I congratulate Leo for the 25th anniversary of the ESG. He was a thorn in my flesh, and in 26 months that I was a minister, I can assure you that there was a race between him and Vandana Shiva, the general himself. But the general was always giving me long, constructive, well-researched suggestions. But Rio and Vandana were challenging every decision I was taking, or I was about to take. But compliment they listened to me, they engaged with me, they criticized me quite a lot, but took some decisions. But they were generous in their support when the decisions favored them. But he was, I must say that Leo has been a very, very important pillar of support. And I recall the National Green Tribunal, particularly, the judge has spoken. The National Green Tribunal was opposed by many sections, including within the government. There was a lot of opposition within my own government to bringing the National Green Tribunal into fruition. But now it's a reality, it's a living reality. And I might, since I don't see any media people here, I can take the liberty of sharing with you that Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who does not belong to my political party, has told me, he disowned that now, but he has told me on numerous occasions in the past that the best thing that can happen to them is a national green. That actually the National Tribunal has helped create public awareness on environmental jurisprudence, helped take decisions which the executive was not willing to take, but which transferred the responsibility for taking those decisions to the tribunal, to the judiciary. So Leo, keep up the work. I think you're fighting a losing battle. But nevertheless, we are all with you. I think the assault on all the that we have. The Wildlife Protection Act has already been assaulted, and today elephants are being transferred from Arunachal to Gujarat as I speak. The water pollution has survived, surprisingly. The air pollution Act is going to undergo major changes. The Forest Conservation Act is about to be redone, lock, stock, and barrel in the next couple of months. The Environment Protection Act is on the burner, which I think will be the next target. And ultimately, of course, there are other laws, the Forest Rights Conservation, Forest Rights Act, and so on. So I think you're going to see a very systematic assault on environmental laws, on environmental regulations, on institutions that enforce these laws. And it's going to be a long struggle. The judiciary is a very important element of support. The media should be an element of support, not always now. Today, the media is completely different from what it was 15 years ago or 20 years ago. Parliament, I mean, just to give you an example, the amendments to the Forest Conservation Act is not coming to the Standing Committee on Forests for examination, but it's going to some select committee so that these amendments are stamped through. So Parliament as an arena for discussing these issues is increasingly being marginalized. Environmental activists are going to be targeted. As I was walking in, I congratulated Leo, 25 years and no CBI inquiry. The CBI, the ED, income tax, it's all a systematic that is not accident. It's part of a concentrated assault on all forms of activism. And the mindset in today's booming establishment is that environmental activism is anti-national. But environmental activism is not just anti-development, but is anti-national. So it's a long struggle. But I think today environmental awareness in the public is far greater than what it was 15, 20 years ago. People recognize the of environmental change, climate change, environmental degradation. And so I think we can create new partnerships, new alliances, new champions. And that's what we really need. We just have and it's a long struggle. And, I hope I can't see back with the end, unless you change the mindset, if you know what I mean. And that's where I have to go after this, to appeal to people to change the narrative. But I've come here not to appeal to change the narrative, but to tell you that I'm a partner in your struggle to find the light in it. Thank you. The last public hearing of BTG when you called us for anti-democracy. But in terms of you and I, you were wrong on that issue. But you see, at the end of the day, I may have argued with you. I may have argued with London. I was accused of being a Monsanto agent in the Bangalore hearing, which is all done. I was accused of being a spokesman for Monsanto. But ultimately, I took the decision which all of you guys wanted. I think voluntary decision is dangerous that I most because it was a corporate state nexus coming together funds. I don't think I can say this, maybe you will not say anything. We didn't have the prime minister. We did it. I for once spokesman. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Also, I know the people who I think like Kumar and I to pick it up. Right? Because we worked with him when he was deputy commissioner of we worked for 4 years and he started for continuing this project, which was to bring democracy down to the hills. Now it is 25 years later. Please say a couple of words.
I can only wish you back.
He is the additional chief secretary of the commission of the
Thank you, Leo, for this opportunity. It feels wonderful to be here with all of you on your 25th anniversary. Wonderful. Actually, it has been a great struggle, I know, have been following you continuously. It's my good fortune that I was associated with you in the very initial years, 2000, 2000, when I was the Deputy Commissioner of Rajpur. So we thought of trying to understand how the urbanization takes place across the world and different parts of Europe and things like that. How we can try and understand the mechanism here in India. Things like that. That was what brought us together. Subsequently, I have had the opportunity to work in interesting departments like urban development as well as energy, including power corporation, etc. Sure. So all these things where I had an interaction with Leo and friends of this world who have benefited me in my work all along on this last 25 years. I have immensely benefited by activism and zeal and interest of people like you and organizations like yours. I congratulate you for your very, very sustained effort in the last 2 decades. I wish another 25 more. I have to promise that I will attend that also. All the very best. Thank you.
Before we move on, Dr. Dilip Kumar, there is not just about which talk about the protection of lakes. A very significant contribution to that was when Dilip Kumar was PCCF of Karnataka. He retired as Director General of the Environment Ministry. But while he was in Karnataka, he was directed by the IO. Go and find out what is the consequence of privatization performance. I invite you to read it. It's on our website, very well on our position. I go and read that report and express it. Couple of thoughts from it. Yes, please.
Thanks, Leo. I mean, this is totally unexpected. In the midst of such luminaries, I don't know what you want me to say. But yes, we started off together early days. And whenever I got a chance, whenever you gave me an opportunity, I did try to contribute to this point of view that the development should not be at the cost of environment and people's needs. And I was very fortunate at the end of my career that Jaram Ramesh took me up to Delhi. And that was a fantastic experience because you understand the compulsions by which the administration works, the government works. I think rather than talk about myself, I would like to comment on Jaram Ramesh's experience there. He came in convinced that he could make a difference, but soon he understood the field. And I think towards the end, he was happy that he got brickbats from both sides. That both the environmentalists and the development people were unhappy with him. I think so that is a mark of success. You were able to balance the two, and this is not a losing game. You keep the fight up because these are fantastic subjects: commons, grasslands, water bodies, wetlands. These are all fantastic subjects. Please don't keep the fight up. We will try to contribute to the extent possible from the background. But people like Mr. Jaram Ramesh, Mr. Gowda, and all are with you, and they know how to do the balancing act. And that's very important because we can't keep on opposing everything. I think finally we were known as the green terrorists in the media. So thank you very much for this opportunity and all the best.
Thank you everyone for all those wonderful thoughts that you shared. And we can now proceed inside to begin the main event as well. If anybody hasn't done their tea coffee, I would request you to just take 5 minutes. I just want to inform that. commemoration of ESG's 25th anniversary. I'm Nidhi Hanji. I've been working at ESG for a short but enriching 6 months, and it's lovely to see so many people here gathered to celebrate this moment with us. I would like to begin the second part of the evening with a quote from Dr. Ambedkar. Humans are mortal, so are ideas. An idea needs propagation as much as the plants need watering. Otherwise, both will wither and die. And ESG has always been full of ideas and their propagation. Without further ado, I would like to call Ms. Madhu Bhushan to briefly introduce ESG, this special occasion, and welcome our esteemed guests and audience. Is Ms. Madhu here? Ms. Madhu Bhushan is one of our very close friends of the Trust of ESG. She is an independent activist researcher and has been part of SEED since the early 80s and now Gamana Women's Collective. She's been working for the rights of women and disenfranchised communities. Welcome, ma'am. Please.
Good evening to everybody here. Actually, when Leo and Bhargavi asked me to introduce ESG on this very special occasion, which is the 25th year, for which I would really give my deepest and warmest congratulations and good wishes. But when they asked me, I said, why me? I hope at the end of this, they don't echo the questions to say, why she? Why did we ask her? So because my journey with ESG has been pretty rocky. I mean, it's been very exciting. It's been an adventure. But I was just telling them, is it okay if I introduce ESG in the way that I want to, not very officially, because I am not an environmentalist. So I'm not informed by the kind of very rigorous scientific legal expertise that drives much of their work and their campaigns. So they have given me full freedom to speak the way I want to. So which is why I'm here before you to introduce or tell you a little bit about ESG, the way I see it. Nan-Kanda ESG is the theme today. Actually, when way back, I think this was sometime in 2013 or 14, when again, Leo and Bhargavi asked me to be a trustee of ESG. And I said no, even at that time. I said no, because my expertise is not that. Yes, I'm a feminist, I'm a women's rights activist, and do kind of connect with all the issues that we're working with, but I don't have that kind of groundedness in the issues. But like I said, knowing Leo's relentless kind of bullying and Bhargavi's persistent persuasion, I managed to stay on as a friend of the trust. And so here I am as a friend of the trust to speak to you about ESG as I have seen and experienced it. The official history, of course, I will leave to people like Joe and Suprabha and others who will be able to give you a much more, learned history. But I will speak about my personal history. And as I was thinking about how I could capture my personal history of how I experienced ESG, I realized that perhaps it could be summed up in terms of the 5 basic elements. Now, I don't know if that mug is connected to that. Sorry, you haven't yet released the logo, right? Okay, but my experience, I realized could be summed up in terms of the 5 basic elements that make up life, nature, and environment, which is the Pancha Mahabhutas of earth, water, fire, wind, and space. I suppose being environment support group, how else could one experience it? Before ESG, actually, I met Leo when he first landed up in Bangalore with the cogentric confrontation tucked in his back pocket. So one knew that he was trouble from the word go. Then from the margins, we could see how the profile and work of ESG got slowly built up. We were, of course, fellow travelers in Bangalore, not too large civil society circles. So it was natural that we kept bumping into each other. And one could see how systematically they were building the foundation for the wide-ranging work that they were doing, from the more, I suppose, in today's context, you can see the more acceptable Hasuru Usru campaign that really, in a way, I think brought in a lot of the young the activists of today, you know, who've come into even human rights and all of that, I think have their roots, like including Shaheen. I was talking to Shaheen. She also said that she came in through the Hasuru Usru. So I think, you know, ESG has also kind of nurtured a lot of the activists of today. And I think that's to the credit of ESG. So they were the kind of wide-ranging work that they were doing, from the more acceptable Hasuru Usru anti-tree cutting campaigns to the more challenging, you know, questioning development, challenging the nice road or not, or the lake privatization of lakes. So all of which were not only destroying the environment, but also displacing farmers and rural communities and impacting on the human rights of marginalized communities. And all this formed the foundation for this very solid and grounded work of ESG that was also defined by the many and multiple directions in which they flowed. They, of course, faced threats, which I think they're very used to, and were challenged by powerful lobbies everywhere, but they were able to meet these challenges with their well-honed skills of engaging with the law and systems through public interest litigation, advocacy, public outreach, to both challenge the system and get dialogue with it. And that, I think, is one of the trademarks of ESG, that it challenges the system and yet engages with it. It stays rooted on earth, yet flows like water, taking the shape and contours of the land on which it flows. Maybe I would like to share a couple of my own experiences of, you know, of flowing with ESG through its various work areas. I remember back in 2007, you know, they asked me to speak at the release of their book, Green Tapeism. It was a review of the environmental impact assessment notification. I, of course, did not know too much about it. Like I keep saying, I'm not an environmentalist. For some strange reason, Leo thinks I am one. So I keep getting into these, you know, situations. But I did, as expected. I was, like I said, you know, it was difficult for me to do. And Leo sold it to me saying that it's like think of it like a chase thriller. It's a James Hadley chase thriller. That's how he described, you know, green tapeism. So I said, okay, I was quite a fan of, you know, chase in my younger days. So I said, okay, let me give it a shot. And I must say that it may not have exactly been a chase novel, but I was struck, you know, and enlightened by its very, very meticulous, you know, compilation of facts and arguments. That was a solid critique of the EIA, but within its given framework. And even an environment illiterate like me was able to get some understanding of the inadequacies of the EIA, be it its how it was seen as a compromise with investor lobbies, how it was marked with inadequate decentralization, new wasteful bureaucracies, process deficiencies, exclusions, etc., etc. So you see, I did read it and I did learn something that has continued till today. So I was able to get a grasp of some of the basic environmental legislation, despite being a congenital skeptic of the certainty of law that in our feminist world was totally distinct from the vagaries of life. But today, of course, in the context of the total breakdown of the laws and commitment to even the basic constitutional norms, I begin to see the political value of ensuring legal accountability, even from a system that has gone rogue. Another dimension of their work, you know, which I have engaged with, is their consistent attempts to broaden and deepen pedagogies of learning through their very well-structured study abroad programs that I was invited to come and speak to all the youngsters who used to come from different parts of the world, and from my experience of working with women in marginalized communities. And I think I also began to appreciate how, you know, developing and strengthening these kind of pedagogies is as important an act of, as important as activism and as campaigning and as community mobilizing. In yet another adventure, again, remembering the past, I remember another adventure when we gate crashed into a World Bank public hearing. In fact, I remember Dunu Roy was on the other side and Leo was on this side, and we were in the middle. So we gate crashed into this World Bank public hearing that we were barred from. And I heard Bhargavi speak so movingly and passionately about the loss of livelihoods of women from the pastoral communities of Chalkare. They had just taken up that issue. So of Chalkare, where a science city was being constructed. And I subsequently had the good fortune of being carted off to Chalkare for a public hearing, where I could see ESG's commitment to amplify the voices of the communities that were being impacted by those development programs that have a disastrous, you know, impact on the environment and people at the least of it. And there is, of course, where I met Karyana and all the women who Bhargavi was talking about. And then finally, since I connect this to earth and water, we personally benefit, to end this part, we personally benefited from, I want to say, where I and our organization personally benefited from ESG's sharp insights and ability to weave together concerns related to both environment and the rights of forest-dwelling communities that most mainstream environmentalists would see as adversarial, the rights of the forest versus the rights of, forest communities. And we had been engaged with, working for the rights, the land rights of the Hakipiki and Iruliga tribals, who are next to the Banerghatta National Park. And it was a particularly difficult issue for various reasons. And one of the reasons was the Forest Department was unwilling to sign it over, though the land had been granted in 62. They were unwilling to give over the land because of the fear of real estate mafia and all, which is very real. So Leo, also came into this, and there was a suggestion that he made, which was actually taken up by the government, and where we suggested that the Forest Department can pass a no development. It can pass the grant with a no development clause on the 350 acres, and that kind of satisfied the Forest Department also, saying that okay, we are not handing over our precious land to the real estate mafia, and we were able to get a very, very solid order. And here I would like to acknowledge ESG and Leo's contribution to this. But of course, the fact that, the land still remains unrealized after 60, 70 years is another story. And in the midst of all this engagement with earth and water that defines the work that they have been doing, how can I not talk about wind and fire, okay, which are the other avatars of ESG. Now, we're all very seriously talking about the work that they do. But I think it's also important to look at people and processes. We take ourselves so seriously because we are such political beings. We forget that we're also human, we're also vulnerable. We're also, there's also something personal that defines us. And I think that is something which I've seen very closely in ESG and which has really endeared me to ESG. I guess if I stay on, it's because I've seen that part of them. So I want to share a little bit of that part. I hope I have your permission. I warned you. I said I'm going to say anything that I want. Okay. You see, because this is the most exciting and the masala part. Because post 2013, when I was invited into the inner circle of ESG as a trustee, and of course I said no, so then I was kind of inducted as a friend of the trust. I got hit by, not a wind, but I got hit by a tornado, which I was least expecting. Now, all organizations have internal tumult and differences. All of us do. I mean, let's be, quite clear. And I think that's healthy. That's good, because we are talking of differences. We're talking of dissent. We're talking of diversity, and I think it's good. And I myself have been part of a work collective where meetings and arguments could get extremely heated, to put it mildly. Even in my own collective. And we also know what happens to democracies. And like I said, I'm all for it because we all know what happens to democracies when there's no space for dissent and difference. So I thought I was fully equipped to deal with these stormy matters, in ESG, given how opinionated and strong each one of them there is. But this was taken to another different level. Remember, I told you about Leo's relentless bullying and Bhargavi's persistent persuasion. They took that to another level. But it was good fun. It was like watching a live episode of Tom and Jerry. It was really where you could never be sure who was chasing who and who you should avoid. And all attempts at conflict resolution remained like the UN ones, totally futile. And the generals continued to combat each other. Perhaps there was some collateral damage too. But the remarkable thing, and this is why I say I still continue to hold ESG very dear to me. The remarkable thing is that, like with nature, this storm too passed. The raging fires dimmed and a calm descended in which they all went back to work with their commitments and camaraderie, not only intact, but fully renewed and strengthened. And those of us who tried to douse the fire and throw out life vests to those drowning were left wondering what was that storm all about. And that for me is the moral of the story. and yet another hallmark of ESG, which is the capacity to hold on to and nurture friendships and communities that matter, however tough the going goes. And testimony to that is the strong team of trustees and friends that ESG has, both old and new, old ones like Robert with his very rational wisdom, Dinesh with his wacky wisdom, and now the wonderful Suprabha with her very sentient wisdom, Joe with his grounded wisdom, all of who continue to nurture and nourish ESG for the vibrant space it is. I miss Arthur's gentle presence and Malesh, but I'm sure they remain connected through the special bonds that all of you have forged. And talking of ESG as a vibrant space brings me to the final element, which is that of air, clean, open, breathing, inclusive, all-encompassing air. All of which it is not, thanks to the political climate of today, which is so polluted and polluting in many ways. But in this world that is getting so polarized, divisive, and extractive, and in which spaces for diversity and differences are shrinking, the fact that you continue to engage, that ESG continues to engage with all, I think is remarkable, whether it's with friends or with enemies, even if they want to strangle you. And while you're engaging, you seek to arm yourself not only with facts and rational analysis, but also a relentless and persistent commitment to a more open and compassionate politics. Leo was sharing the other day about how he talked non-stop for 5 hours to Rahul Gandhi as part of the Bharat Jodo, Yatra. I have little doubt that he has the capacity to do the same, even with the PM or the Home Minister of this country. And I'd love to be a fly on the wall to listen to that. I wish ESG continued strength, resilience, hope, and humor on this journey for the next few decades, I hope, in which I hope that you will gather and nurture more young minds like Nidhi and Amrita and many others. You need to nurture them. You need to keep them with you, because they are the ones who will ultimately take forward the battle in newer and more creative ways. For as Mr. Jairam Ramesh pointed out, the battle, he says it's lost. I'm saying it's far from over. The battle is far from over. And I think we need to strengthen ourselves as we go along. And to help you on your journey of this compassionate resistance, I'd like to gift you with this poem from a favorite poet of mine. Do I have time, Nidhi, to read out the poem? Okay, this is my gift to you on your 25th anniversary. It's by Disa Majaj from Palestine. It's an old poem, and I just want to give this to you. It's called No. There's no poetry in it, but I need to say something about no. How it stands up, no matter how unpopular, in the face of justice. Maybe it can't thwart history. The powerful have always known what they can do, and they do it. Oh, sorry, I seem to have lost it. That was an anti-climax. Sorry. Huh? I think I've left it behind in my bag. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Can you download it? It's called No, it's by Disa Majaj. Essay, L-I-S-E. Disa Majaj, M-A-J-A-G. I know. That's why I'm so. Nothing. Is there? You got it? Disa Majaj. Disa Majaj, Palestinian. I think you have both people. Infosys Center. Okay, I guess that was not meant to be. I will send it to you all, but just keep up the resistance in as creative and committed ways as you are capable of. So wishing you all the very best, and thank you for having me as part of the journey.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that very accurate introduction of ESG. I'm sure Leo and Bagri were very happy that they asked you to do it. I would also request Robert John Chandran, Ms. Suprabha Seshan, Mr. Joe Athiali, Dr. T.B. Dinesh, the other trustees of ESG to very briefly reflect on the past 25 years of ESG. Can we please have you on stage? Mr. Joe Athiali, please. Mr. Robert, I know you're there, yeah. Mr. Robert Chandran is an associate professor of biological studies at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research at Kolkata.
So, good evening, and much has been said already, so I don't want to say anything more. I actually met Leo. We were classmates. Bhargavi, Leo, and me were classmates in our college. So that's how I got to know Leo. But I went in a different path, and I just bumped into Leo at some time during the Cogentrix struggle. And I sort of understood some things there that were really different from what I was doing purely in academics. So that's how my journey really started, and I sort of stuck along with the whole group. I don't do really much for ESG, but I hang around on the wall and try to understand what they do. So I'll leave it to the others to say more.
Mr. Joe Athiali, could we please have you here? Mr. Joe Athiali is the Executive Director of the Center for Financial Accountability.
Thank you. I didn't know that I'll have to speak today. I joined when the fire happened, as she was kind of saying, and I'm still here. ESG, Leo, Bhargavi have been a fellow traveler through our struggle. We have been kind of learning from them. We have been taking solidarity and support from them all through our work. I mean, they continue to kind of inspire us and lead us, and not just us, a lot of other organizations. And is very privileged to be a part of this team, and wishing ESG many more years of great work. Thank you.
Dr. T.B. Dinesh. Please, your invisibility cloak isn't working now. You can join us here. Just a very brief reflection on it. All right, but can we please have you on the stage as well as Ms. Suprabha Seshan? I don't think she's in the hall. Dr. T.B. Dinesh is the founder and technology director of Serverlots. And Ms. Suprabha Seshan lives and works at the Gurukula Botanical Sanctuary in the Western Ghats. Ma'am, could you please just a few minutes?
One thing I realized, you cannot say no to ESG. You cannot say no to Leo. I've had a hard time saying no to Leo for the last 7 years or so. And there's always a good meal at the end of it. So the delight, though, is this engagement or a conversation. And, I live in Wayanad in Kerala, and knew about ESG for the longest time because I'm also from Bangalore. But this sense of looking at the world as it is, and a radical realism is what I would like to call it. And then to take stock and to develop a strategy. And though I may be at odds with Leo often, thinking that the structure can be changed, I would really like to bring it down in many ways. The conversation is critical, and that's why I completely endorse ESG through all the storms, through the storms that we all are, going through. And is there a future, not only for us, but for the planet? I think we need to be really real, and ESG is part of that.
Thank you, ma'am. May we also have Bhargavi Rao and Leo Saldana on stage, please, for the next portion of it. In order to mark the occasion, we thought it would be a good time to design a new logo that defines ESG. And so we're launching a brand new logo that our friends from Teapoy have created for us. So if you all remember the introduction that Ms. Madhu gave to all of us, she very accurately even described what the logo is going to be. So we could move to the unveiling. I think there's a bit of a glitch maybe. If you recall what Miss Bhushan had told us, she did mention a lot of elements which have all been incorporated into this logo. Let's see if you'll all be able to identify those. Hope everybody liked that. So as you can see, the E up there stands for justice, and we've also got the red, which stands for earth, as Ms. Bhushan had already mentioned those elements. And the S, the three lines in green, denote action as well as nature. And the yellow dots at the bottom left is all about inclusivity. And that in the colored logo is yellow, which depicts the sun. And the G is all about openness and is in blue, which is for water. And well, she's already explained the 4 elements of ESG. So So the team from Teapoy has also designed some merchandise, which we put outside for sale in exchange for contributions. So please make sure to grab them on your way out. So Teapoy has also made a short film on ESG's work, and I would request Leo to briefly introduce the movie.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nidhi. The film is actually an initiative of our dear friend who is no more with us, who passed on Christmas Day last year, KP Sashi. Sashi was insistent that small groups like us, who believe small groups must remain small and never become big, as a matter of not ideology, but as a policy. And it's a way in which we can actually support each other and encourage each other, just like in a forest. The trees are growing, but not overwhelming other trees. So in the same way, Sashi agreed with us that as a small group, we have survived such a long time. And he said, why don't you document it? We were reluctant because, we always document issues and controversies that we are working with, but we never thought of reflecting and documenting our own work. But he was insistent, and Sashi started documenting it. And they shot hours and hours of footage and interviews and so on. And last year, Sashi called and said, sometime in March, April, he said, you know what? I lost everything. And I asked him, what did you lose? He had lost the laptop in which he had recorded everything. But thankfully, I had always felt that, whenever you give something to someone, you always pirate it back into yourself, in your laptops and that. And so what I did was I had kind of copied some of the material with me, and somebody else has done the same. But unfortunately, we could only salvage half the material that Sashi shot. And half the material that he shot was, unfortunately, my interviews. And the interviews that Bhargavi gave, which were far more engaging, were completely lost. We are still looking for it. We didn't find it. This is a work in progress which Teapoy put together for this event. Please do not listen to the voice, but please understand the message. It comes from everyone. Several of our old colleagues are here. Sashi, I saw Akshata is there. I mean, so many others who have worked with us. Stephen, who has been a great friend and solid support to ESG. Vinod, all of this has helped become ESG. And I must say that I can see Kumar in the audience, who is Bhargavi's husband, who's been solid in his support. And I see Lakshmi, my wife. I just saw it somewhere there. So without their support, we couldn't have come this far. And I thank you all for the kind of encouragement and support you have given. And this film is not a reflection so much about ESG, but the fact that such groups are needed, and that having survived 25 years in this country without, with fantastic support from the government, let's say, we hope many more groups like this come up everywhere. Thank you. So we had the Narmada Solidarity Forum, which we had started here, which was supporting the Narmada Bachao Andolan. At the same time, people from coastal Karnataka came to us and said, we would like some help because that area is being dumped with industries and infrastructure in the post-liberalization phase, and natural resources were being commodified. So the Bangalore support group started as a bridge, in a sense, to articulate the voices from the coast, so it could be heard in the capital city of Bangalore and also in Delhi, for instance. That idea of acting as a support group eventually matured into environment support group. So when we were working in the coastal Karnataka, particularly in the Dakshin Kannada region, we were part of the Save Dakshin Kannada campaign. So here we saw the power of organizing people. Cogentrix was not the only thermal power plant that we stopped, nor the one in the estuary. We also helped stop the Jesco steel plant in Gurupur area, which is close to Bangalore. We stopped the Indo-Gulf copper smelter. The point is this, that investors were looking for locations to dump money, and they were not bothered about social impacts, environmental impacts. They're not bothered about how they're destroying cultures which were quite ancient, locations which were extraordinarily beautiful. And the intricate network of rivers, forests, paddy fields, coastal areas, and the kind of life, I'm not romanticizing it. There was obviously poverty, there was obviously difficulties, economic difficulties, but then there was something which they had constructed themselves over centuries. And they were asking for an assistance in which they could articulate their own ideas of development, which was very different from the development which was being imposed. In 96, 97, he had already gone to court to basically report that the existing airport was being expanded. If they had developed the airport in conformance with the standards, then they would have to displace wealthier farmers. So instead, what they did was they protected these wealthier farmers and went into another direction where they were displacing the Koragas who had been resettled and basically working class people. We looked at the Airports Authority of India standards, Director General of Civil Aviation standards. And we said, imagine a plane which is approaching to land in this new airport and it is raining. And if the aircraft doesn't land properly and it skids, would make a disaster happen. We went to the High Court and the High Court threw the PI law. And then we went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, build the airport according to norms, and that's it, dismiss the case. Didn't go into the facts. The airport was built. Just as we had predicted 10 years later, this aircraft went down the cliff. And I think 158 people died. So groups like us are there to alert the public of the massive damage that can be caused if you're not putting signs where it matters. There is an impression that is created that we are anti-development, but we are for the kind of paradigm of development which actually works for the people, not just for now, but for future generations as well. Because we are located here, we are involved with so many dimensions of the city's growth and development, so many conflicts. One is the developed proposal of the Bangalore-Mysore Infrastructure Corridor project. And here, the displacement would be in 176 villages. And we forced a public hearing on that through the Environment Impact Assessment notification. And in a subsequent hearing, when people gathered in large numbers, all of us were dragged out by the police because the developers had managed to capture the systems within the government, both the political and bureaucratic systems, to push ahead. They damaged the organic growth of the city. And that is, I think, what forces the metropolitan area today to suffer from this enormous congestion. These notions of urbanisms, which come from promoting infrastructure at any cost, don't really appreciate the nuances of what urbanism ought to be. That people live in cities, and every inch of the space has a particular type of utility. But we have seen that 20 years later, whatever ideas we had promoted then, working with different communities, have turned out to be true. Sometime in the middle 2000s, the government of Karnataka had privatized lake management. They had given off lakes to the Lake Development Authority to private sector. And it became like theme parks, and it became ticketed. So the idea of commons was missing from the debate. The people who have traditional rights attached to the lake, their rights need to be protected. These were the type of debates that evolved as a result of these campaigns we organized. Everyone started seeing how privatization was actually cannibalizing on the lakes. So we brought it all together. We helped build an argument that we have to protect these lakes as commons, not just for us, but for posterity. But despite that, when there was no response from the state and they continued to privatize, we took it to court in 2008. And in 2012, after 4 years of arguing, a set of guidelines were developed. And the court said each lake needs to have a lake protection committee. So these lake protection committees know how to protect lakes, know how to manage it, and the state must assist it. Where we are now not only protecting the existing lakes and making sure they are rehabilitated, but also going and finding out which are the disused lakes and lakes which have been encroached and reclaiming them. So the idea of waste is a very modern idea, because traditionally there's no such thing as waste. In rural systems, the cycle is complete. Nothing is wasted. Everything is reused. Interestingly, the way in which we work with waste management is by working with the Paura Karmikas. Most of them are from the most lowest caste, outcasts, and that situation has not changed even today. So in '99, when we worked with them, we found that they had incredible ideas of how to reform the system. And there, it was their idea that you have to segregate waste at source, and most of it can be composted locally. We basically helped put it together in text and visual forms. And the idea was to try and communicate to people the importance of segregating waste at source so that you don't have landfills. Now, little did we realize 3-4 years later, a group of people came from Mavalipura. Their point was that, Mavalipura was an area where it was considered to be such a productive space. And today the waste was being dumped and destroying their commons. And so we worked with them and we started understanding that you cannot resolve this problem unless you actually look at the entire cycle from production of waste to its disposal. And we realized it was really a problem of governance, that governance doesn't look at these issues from a perspective where it can organize people and their ways of life so that somebody else's life doesn't get damaged. And thankfully, when we went to court, we had actually stopped one landfill in Mavalipura, but another landfill had come up on their commons by a company called Ramki. That had created horrendous impacts, and people had started dying. There were protests, there were police action against the protesters. We ended up working with those communities, and we continue to work with them. We have stopped 2 landfills in Mavalipura. We try to create a system of working together. And today the court is assisting that system. And we have come up with a situation where the country's solid waste management rules have to be reformed to realign with the progressive steps that the court had taken here. And this has helped to bring to life a very key institution of urban governance, the ward committee. And through ward committees, we have come up with micro ward level waste management plans. If you see the city of the 80s, the greenery was assumed to be part of Bangalore's spirit in a sense. But once land got financialized, we lost maybe 80-90% of our greenery in just about 2 decades. And in business, people don't think about these things because they are on the quarterly growth model. So the disappearance of the city's greenery is one of the most visible examples of how uncaring the government and corporate systems have become, that the real estate sector has taken it to a totally different level. When you stop thinking about the long-term impacts of certain actions, this is the feedback mechanism, right? So health suffers. When you see the heat island effects that have become extensive across cities, wherever there is greenery, it brings down the temperature of buildings by 3-4 degrees. That means the amount of energy you're spending to cool the buildings comes down. So you have to think at that scale. And this is the kind of argument we have been making. So the idea is catching up, but the response from the state is rather weak. So it's a very, very serious crisis we're facing. One of the biggest problems with contesting the paradigm of development that is promoted by the corporate government nexus is that you're identified as an anti-establishment. I mean, working in public interest is not a sticker that you put. We have internalized that. And yet the perception is that we are, and the courts have accepted our point of view in every one of our PILs. So that means our research is going through the most rigorous test and surviving. So I see that as a very rewarding experience. But at the same time, the challenge is it would have been easier if, when we made these suggestions, if the bureaucracy accepted it, if the political setup accepted it, then it would be far more progressive, our society, not just about groups like ESG, but hundreds of groups like this are working across the country. So that transformation is required today.
Thank you so much, Teepoy, for that wonderful film that you're making for us. I would like to thank all the members of the Teepoy team. I would have pulled them all up on stage, but they're really busy helping us put this together. We'll move on to the next part of the session, which is announcing a fellowship that ESG has set up. I would like to call Srimati Arundhati Nag to officially announce the Tekur Memorial Fellowship. Madam, can we please have you on stage? Srimati Arundhati Nag is a prominent South Indian actress who has been involved in the multilingual theatre for over 25 years. She co-founded the Ranga Shankara Theatre along with her husband Shankar Nag. She is also an awardee of the 2008 Sangeet Natak Academy Award in Theatre. Welcome, ma'am. The Tekur Memorial Award is set up by ESG in honor of the late Dr. Shirdi Prasad Tekur, who was a trustee of ESG. I also request his family, who's here today, Ms. Uma Tekur, Mr. Pramod Tekur, and Ms. Harshini Tekur, to come on stage for the announcement of the fellowship. Mr. Pramod Tekur, maybe have you as well. Ms. Harshini as well as Ms. Uma Tekur. Dr. Tekur dedicated his life to the cause of public health, particularly in areas affected by severe environmental health risks. The goal of the Environmental Health Fellowship Program is to provide professional training and opportunities for early career public health, social work, environmental health professionals. The fellows will be trained under ESG trustees and other key professionals and leaders. More details about the fellowship can be accessed on our website. Ma'am, may I please request you to officially announce the fellowship?
Namaskara. Mrs. Tekur and Harshini and Leo and everyone at ESG, congratulations. This is such a moment, 25 years of a good fight. All the best. I know how difficult this whole route is, but I don't think it should deter us Thank you, Leo. Thank you to the whole ESG team. You're doing what many of us should be doing with a larger heart and more commitment. Dr. Tekur was this wonderful doctor, rare to find in today's times, committed to public health, committed to the society. And I had the good fortune of meeting him. I did not tell you this, Leo, when you invited me, but this is serendipity that my late husband, Shankar Nag, had wanted to start a dispensary at the farm where we lived 40 years ago. And this was around 33 years ago that he managed to put up this clinic for the villagers around Singasandra village, where the villagers had no doctors, no medical facilities. And he got these doctor friends who were committed to come and attend to patients in this little village of ours called Singasandra and do it free of cost. Dr. Tekur was one of them, and Dr. Saraswati Karnad, who was also Girish Karnad's wife. These were the two doctors. One was a neonatal specialist, and Dr. Tekur, as the pediatrician, was helping poor villagers in this village of Singasandra to skip that appointment, having to go into the city and find a doctor in the first place who would tell them what was wrong with their child. And here I am 32 years later, being asked to announce the memorial award. This is pure serendipity, an award in memory of the great man who really stepped out beyond his brief and helped people during the pandemic, helped people even without a pandemic. And we lost him, unfortunately, to the COVID, but his memory goes on with this memorial award, where ESG has recognized people who can do grassroots research work in memory of Dr. Tekur. Thank you for having me over here. I think it's really a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ma'am. May we have Ms. Harshini say a few words about the speaker?
I wasn't expecting this, but first of all, I'd like to say congratulate Leo and ESG for making it to 25 years. And I hope you go along for many years to come. My best wishes to you. I'd like to thank you for remembering my father this way. He was a lot of things. He was a doctor, he was a counselor, he was a teacher, he was a mentor, but most of all, he was a learner. He loved to read. He read a lot from different material, from different sources. And I think it would give him great pleasure to know that his name is being memorialized this way, because he likes knowledge transfer, and he would do it any way he got, anybody who got. So this would be a great opportunity for young people to be mentored, because information is freely available everywhere, but experience and distilling that knowledge requires guidance, requires mentorship, and I'm glad that that could be done through this fellowship. Thank you very much for the same, and thank you.
Thank you for that, ma'am. I request Amrita Menon to kindly honor Srimati Arundhati Nag with the ESG goodie bag. And also Ms. Uma Tekur and Harshini Tekur. Thank you. Thank you. Ma'am, may I request you to remain on the stage for the next session as well. I would like to begin the next session with a quote by Robert F. Kennedy. He once said that few will have the greatness to bend history itself, but each of us can work to change a small portion of events. It is from numberless diverse acts of courage and belief that human history is shaped. Each time a man stands up for an ideal, or acts to improve the lot of others, or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy and daring these ripples, build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. Over the span of 25 years, ESG has worked with several such community leaders who have sent ripples of hope to those around them. And it would be incomplete to commemorate our anniversary without honoring these champions from whom we have drawn all our inspiration and continue to be inspired. I request Mr. Vinay Srinivasa to introduce the community leaders, and I request Srimati Arundhati Nag to honor them. Mr. Vinay Srinivas is a friend and comrade of ESG. He's part of the core team and governing body at Alternative Law Forum. Welcome.
Thank you, Nidhi, and thank you, ESG, for everything that you've done for Bangalore, Karnataka, and India for the last 25 years. ನಮ್ಮಂತ ರೈಟ್ ವಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವರು ಇವತ್ತು ESG ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂತಿದ್ವಿ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ESG ಬಂದು ನಾವು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಲಿತು ಜನಪರವಾದ ಕೆಲಸಗಳ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ESG ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ ESG ತಂಡ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ESG ಇರೋರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ESG ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ನಾಯಕರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಕಾರಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯಾದ ದಲಿತ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಸರ್. ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾವಳಿಪುರ ಹೋರಾಟದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಮಾವಳಿಪುರ ಹೋರಾಟ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದನೇ because of the Mavlipura agitation, Bangalore started paying attention to solid waste management and to segregation, etc. And Mavlipura would not have happened without Mr. Srinivas and without Mr. Ramesh and ESG, all of them joining hands together. ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬರೀ ಮಾವಳಿಪುರ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಜನಪರವಾದ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಗ SK ಲೇಔಟ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ರೈತರ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸಾಥ್ ನೀಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಸರ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಚಳ್ಳಕೆರೆ ಹೋರಾಟದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಯು ಮೈಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಹರ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ದ ಅಮೃತ್ ಮಹಲ್ ಕಾವಲ್ ಅಟ್ Chalkere. This whole campaign was spread over many years. It's a very spirited campaign to preserve the grasslands and the ecosystems there. And it was led by Mr. Kariyanna and Mr. Obanna. Kariyanna sir ಮತ್ತೆ ಓಬಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕರಿಯಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ AIKS ಸಂಘಟನೆಯ ಮುಖಂಡರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡುಳ್ಳಾರ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕುದಾಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ ಓಬಣ್ಣ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ರು. ಇವರಿಬ್ರು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಓಡಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಮನವಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಾದಯಾತ್ರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕರಿಯಣ್ಣ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಓಬಣ್ಣ ಅವರಿಂದ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ವಂಜಾಕ್ಷಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಂಜಾಕ್ಷಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಗಾಂಧಿ ಬಜಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀದಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚುನಾಯಿತ ಪಟ್ಟಣ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಸಮಿತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು. ಮಿಸ್ ವಂಜಾಕ್ಷಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. She is a street vendor and elected member of the Town Vending Committee, South Zone BBMP. She is a spirited street vendor leader and a member of the All India Central Council of Trade Unions, the Bangalore Jilla Bidi Vyapari Sangatnegala Okkuta. She's been working very hard to protect the rights of street vendors in Gandhi Bazaar since 2 decades now. ಏನೇ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳು ಬಂದರೂ ಅದನ್ನ ಎದುರಿಸಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೇರಿ ಅವರು ಬರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಅವರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. Yeah, I request Arundhati Nag ma'am to honor everybody. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಅರುಂಧತಿ ನಾಗ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ಸಂಗತಿಗಳೇ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಉಳಿತಿದೆ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ಉಳಿತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಜನಪರ ನಾಯಕರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆ ESG ಅಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for honoring all our community leaders, and thank you, community leaders, for inspiring ESG to do the work that we do. And thank you, Vinay, for introducing all of them. I now invite Dr. Aditya Sondhi to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Sheila Jasanoff, and to chair the session. Dr. Aditya Sondhi is a senior advocate practicing before the Supreme Court of India and the High Court of Karnataka, and he had served as the Additional Advocate General for Karnataka. He is a graduate of NLSIU and holds a PhD in Political Science from Mysore University. Welcome, Dr. Sondhi.
Thank you very much for this invitation. Justice Krishna Bhatt, whom I admire, Dr. Vandana Shiva, and many esteemed friends from Bangalore who are fighting the good fight. Before I introduce the distinguished speaker, let me genuinely say how honored I am to be asked to invite this session. ESG is a Bangalore institution, and that for me is a double celebration. Apart from the excellent work that you've seen it do, I think as a city, we feel proud of those who've fought the good fight. And in some ways, ESG is an institution that was ahead of its times, because today climate change is a sort of a default concept, but 25 years ago, perhaps not. And to be able to have envisaged the challenges that the city and the larger ecology would face, I think is commendable. And I therefore congratulate ESG and wish it the very best. I have had the pleasure of, in fact, being in some litigations against Leo and his team. Maybe that's why today's topic is common ground. And there is obviously common ground. Mr. Ramesh, in fact, spoke of his experience as the environment minister, and I represented and continue to represent in some cases the the National Biodiversity Authority. And of course, I would think that we were all approaching environmental protection from perhaps slightly different directions. But that said, I must say that Leo's efforts, ESG's efforts, have always been honest. In court, PILs are more misused than used. But I can say with some certainty that the matters that ESG has brought to court have always been bona fide. And you would have seen in the course of the film how often they have been accepted with alacrity by the courts in recognition of that work. Coming to the speaker for today, I looked up the CV of Professor Sheila Jasanoff. It's 22 pages long, which tells you what a formidable scholar she is. She is the Pforzheimer Professor of Science and Technology Studies at the JFK School of Government at Harvard University. At Harvard, she founded the Kennedy School's program on science, technology, and society. She also founded the Science and Democracy Network, which fosters scholarship in the interface between science, technology, law, and political power. Indeed, her research centers on these intersections of law, science, technology, and politics, subjects that we can barely even get our minds around independently. And she is concerned with the construction of public reason, something that I think should resonate with all of us. Our constitution speaks of a fundamental duty to develop a scientific temper and reason. Ironically, we find that rationalists are victimized for thinking rationally. She has written more than 120 articles and book chapters on these topics, and also authored and edited more than 15 books on the subject, which include her book, Science at the Bar, Law, Science and Technology in America, which received the Don K. Prize for the best book on science and politics. She holds an AB in mathematics from Harvard, an MA in linguistics from the University of Bonn, a PhD in linguistics from Harvard, and a JD, again, from the Harvard Law School. She has been visiting professor at a number of universities, including Yale, Boston, MIT. She is a visiting scholar at the Wolfson College, Oxford University, and a life member of the Clare Hall University of Cambridge. I was interested to find that she was admitted to the Massachusetts Bar in 1977, and in fact spent a couple of years at an environmental law firm before veering into academia. She received a John Simon Guggenheim Fellowship in 2010 and the Austrian government's Ehrenkreuz for service to arts and sciences in 2008. Most significantly, last year in 2022, she received the Holberg Prize for groundbreaking research in science and technology studies. I think many of us know that is the Nobel for the social sciences. I'm most interested to listen to Professor Jasanoff this evening, and will take the liberty of responding to her speech afterwards. But I do want to say that technology and politics have historically always been, in a sense, in conflict. Some have had an aversion to technology, those who've had political power, and some have had too much of an affiliation with technology. And today, technology has resulted in propaganda, in technology running away with things, as it were, with the law trying to catch up with AI, with crypto, or for that matter, with the concepts of industrial development and climate change. The topic is most interesting. I again want to commend ESG. This could have easily been just a nostalgia evening, but that nostalgia section is over. And I think it is to the credit of the trustees and the organizers that the topic is forward-looking, imagining futures, and imagining futures in the context of the minefields of ideology that we today face, minefields of politics. I think our shared nations share these many minefields, but we also share our imaginations. And therefore, I think the speech that we're going to hear this evening from Professor Jasanoff becomes critically important. Her approach is interdisciplinary. No study today can stand alone. Science is not the echo chamber in isolation that it used to be. There is no mathematics without art. There is no physics without music. But importantly, I think from Professor Jasanoff's perspective, she will bring to this topic a certain rigor and scholarship. When we speak of common ground, we don't speak of common ground simply as a via media, but we speak of it as a constitutional and an equitable common ground that appeals to all our good senses. These futures that we speak of today that are being imagined and reimagined include reimagining our own constitution. Some would say for the better, some would say for the dreadful worse. And it is in these minefields of conflicts that we today are to receive a lecture on the common ground. And I thank you, therefore, once again for inviting me to chair this session and hand the floor over to Professor Jasanoff. Thank you.
So you've already heard something said about two of the most persuasive people on the planet. They're so persuasive that they essentially caused my gravitational field to change so that I added, 10 extra hours to my journey between Delhi and Boston, and agreed to speak on a topic that Leo handed to me. So it's, while you were very kind to say that the topic follows in a sense from my work, it's much more that when Leo orders, you listen. And that is why I'm here today. But I'm here today also, obviously, in a spirit of being enormously honored to offer a keynote address on this occasion. ESG has been a source of learning for me, so much so that I've been sending my students to become interns and work with Leo and Bhargavi. And over the last couple of years, I've had the good fortune of being able to work closely with them both on a number of projects that are in fact forward-looking and relate to transitions to sustainability and how we're going to come out of the different kinds of crises that we find ourselves in today. I don't know whether there is a common ground, but the question is more, how does one even begin to contemplate such a thing? And it was a challenge. It was a challenge being given this topic and being told, you know, it's like a university entering exercise or exam. You're given a question and you have to think of an answer no matter what. And so let me do my best. Could we go back though? Next slide, please. Okay, so the 25th anniversary, I mean, it is an extraordinary thing for a civil society organization that is in the work of resistance and has maintained its smallness as well as its integrity to be coming to this point and to be attracting people of the sort that are represented here. So people who are community leaders, people who are government leaders from all of the branches of government. And before we came into this room, we heard from the judicial branch and from the legislative branch and from others as well. And also the occasional stray academic, not to mention the cream of the cream of activism represented by people like Dr. Vandana Shiva in this audience. So it's truly an honor and a pleasure to be able to speak at an occasion like this and to be part of the tribute to the kind of human capital, the human energy and the human vision that has enabled an organization like ESG to continue to do that work of compassionate resistance, or however we want to think about it. So the next slide, please. So we're all familiar with a moment that's often taken as a historic moment because it made everybody on Earth with access to visual imagery see and think about the planet for the first time. And this is through those famous pictures that the Apollo missions took of the Earth and brought back. And one of them, the left-hand one in particular, which became the inspiration for the idea of the pale blue dot or the blue marble, has come to symbolize our togetherness on the Earth. It's something that inspired the development of our common future, that report that has already been alluded to. But today, we all agree, certainly in this room, but I think many billions of people elsewhere as well, that that planet is no longer this incredibly beautiful, suspended blue object in space that's wreathed in clouds and looks like a creation out of an artist's imagination. And if you in fact type in words like environment and crisis, you're likely to get one of the elements that was already spoken of by Mother Bhushan, namely fire, overwhelming the more watery and spatial and starry quality of the planet. So that right-hand image is something that we're, I think, all psychologically familiar with. And in a sense, it symbolizes a change that has come over the Earth in the past 50 years. And speaks, I think, to that minefield, Leo, that you put it into the title, because the separations are not only the separation between the blue and the red, are not only because of the environment in crisis, but because we seem to have stepped backward. And so I myself was born just around the dawn of the Indian independence, and there was a hope then, and then again in 1990, when the Cold War supposedly ended, there was another sort of spring of hope. But this is already now going on to 35 years ago. And if you look around the world today, as I was mentioning yesterday in another talk, The Guardian reminds us every single day of which day of the Russia-Ukraine war it is. And, you know, Ukraine in my album of images before figured more as the site of Chernobyl. So there's a kind of almost a sort of logic of recurrence that these battles are indeed continuing. And we're far from being in a place where the image of the planet Earth is a symbol of unification. Rather, there is a question, how can we possibly unify ourselves on a planet where the population is growing, the resources are decreasing, and the divisions between the rich and the poor are greater than, or the richest and the poorest is greater than at any previous time in history. In fact, when you type in things like to Google, I haven't yet done it with chatbot, and ask, you know, who is Bezos richer than, or who is Musk richer than, they dig into mythology and come up with figures like Croesus. So, you know, it's almost like humankind has not known, you know, what this kind of accumulation of wealth in a few hands could be about. So these are all part of the minefield in which a resistance-oriented advocacy, protest organization invites me to talk about finding common ground. Well, you begin to understand why this was a tall order. All right, so let's turn to the rigor side of things and sort of talk about some of the analytic ways in which people have tried to deal with this. So next slide, please. Next slide. So there's history. We have for a long time been celebrating a thing called Earth Day. It began in 1970 and it has a date attached to it. I can't be sure, but I have the impression that this year, at least in America, more was made of this occasion than I've seen in the newspapers and even in sort of Harvard student activities. The students this year actually declared an entire week around Earth Day. So maybe there's something happening. But there's something else that I wanted you to see about this picture, which comes from the original Earth Day. Some of the symbolism will be familiar even from this national government's activities, because it was a sweeping the streets day. People were cleaning up, and litter was very much one of the things that was on people's minds then. But they're young people. And in a sense, if you're talking about imagining the future, what better place to start than with the young people? So you do a fast forward to the next slide, please. And you find all around the world today, young people's movements springing up. So the face of the environmental movement today is a lot younger than I think the average in this room. And that is a sign of hope. And I took these pictures purposefully from different parts of the world. So you see Germany, where the Fridays for Future movement got launched to some extent, but you see that it has gone to other places as well, including India up there on the top left. And then you see legal decisions that young people are fostering. So you see the right-hand top picture being from people who advocated for the Juliana case, which was a case brought by young people to force the US government to take action on climate change. I mean, thus far that litigation has not produced positive results, but I'll come back to that in a short while. So when I was preparing my talk, I thought, you know, Leo, it'd serve you right if I just stopped there, because what do I have to say about it? The people in whose hands the future rests are already saying it. They're mobilizing all around the world. They seem sort of innocent of ideology, except in the sense that they stand for the ideology of the earth themselves. And what can we add to it other than cheer them on and provide the support that is the S of ESG and let them go for it. But of course, we are, some of us, teachers, and we have seen the good energy along with the forgetfulness and the carelessness of the very young. So maybe there is something more to say beyond just noting that we are not alone, that there are lots of people around the world today taking the future, imagining it into their own hands, and to some degree, they are willfully ignoring the divisions and the minefields that many of us are all too well aware of. So the next slide, please. So how did we get over minefields in the past? There was this thing called an age of enlightenment, and people thought that enlightenment came to everybody equally. And what was this enlightenment going to be? It was going to be the enlightenment that comes of knowing our world better, doing the science. And some of the eminent people in this room got their grounding in the sciences. I myself studied mathematics. It was probably not the wisest choice for me, but maybe I wouldn't have been the same kind of scholar if I hadn't had that early exposure to mathematics. It's a counterfactual, and we'll never know. But the idea was that once we learn to see the earth as it is, we would, of course, all fall in line. There was no such idea as denialism, not even skepticism, back when people were talking about the Enlightenment. And the notion that science is a universal and can bring people together was very much in the minds of many people, and it still is. So let's go to the next slide. This is, of course, you would expect this to come from no other country than France. And the French Academy of Sciences apparently believes in the universalism of the sciences and has an entire project dedicated to the universalism of the sciences. And it's featuring 3 thinkers. I'm interested that they're all men, and they all come from the worlds of the sciences. But one interesting thing is that they come from sciences that have a lot to do with the environment. So the life sciences in the case of Pasteur, and in the other 2, the earth sciences, and also science in the service of the environment. So even in a country that still believes in a kind of rationalism that can be universal, there is this notion that the kinds of sciences you have to turn to are the sciences of the earth and of nature and of life. So that, I thought, was an interesting little commentary, even in the high citadels of universalizing scientific rationality. But for many of us who have worked with environmental matters, the truth is a lot more complicated than this picture would seem to suggest. So let's go to the next slide. When you start learning history of science, somewhere along the way, you get exposed to Thomas Kuhn. And Thomas Kuhn certainly coined one of the most cited and widely used and misused words in the English language that have to do with science and technology, and that is paradigm. So Kuhn's big insight was that normal science, as he called it, operates inside of paradigms, and those paradigms, even if you step away from the idea of totalizing universalism, nevertheless, the paradigmatic character of science gives it a kind of stability and an ability to cross boundaries and avoid minefields. So normal science happens within established theoretical frameworks. Around it are gathered communities of researchers who are held together by a set of beliefs that allow them to operate as if they are of one mind about what questions to ask and how to approach those questions. They use shared instruments, agree on methods. They turn to each other for peer review to validate the findings and put them on a more stable footing. And they have recognized channels for publishing and the possibility of replicating each other's results. So for instance, when the strong claim broke a number of decades ago already, that somebody had perfected a method of cold fusion, something that was always in people's mindset, but has never been achieved. Very quickly, physics departments all around the US tried replicating those efforts, couldn't replicate it, and it went down in history as one of these sort of sudden bursts of optimism that had no business being inside the halls of science. But this could only be done because there was a peer community that knew and agreed how a radical claim should be tested, and it went forward in that way. Next slide, please. Next slide. When you turn to the environmental sciences, you are no longer in the world of paradigms. So you're no longer in the world of neatness, of cleanness, of established peers. Rather, you're out there in a boat on storm-tossed waters, and you lack directional signals. Maybe it's a little bit like the way my husband and I felt in the middle of March when we got into the north of Cyprus and were abandoned by Google, not knowing where the international border was, and it was very dark. So something about being in the environmental sciences is a little bit like that failure of the support system. And this is where the technology abandons you and you don't know where to go next. So in the non-paradigmatic area of the environment, the causal models are not so clear. One doesn't know, in the huge complexity of possible factors that could be contributing to the things that have been noticed, what to foreground and what not. I mean, so even something that is so widely agreed upon as climate change, it took a long time to decide that this was not simply geological time functioning in certain ways and an aberration that was within the framework of probabilistic ranges, but rather that the connection to human activity was too strong to ignore. And even then, today, it's not the case that 100% of the earth sciences agree on this. There, for instance, in America, people who do meteorology, they're not unscientific people, but they have a hard time believing, they have an easier time believing perturbations in weather from day to day than climate change over eons. So, these are things that one has to take into account when one begins to understand why the universalism of science no longer operates in that mutually enlightening, drawing us all together way that it was expected to do. And then the boundaries of the science are completely unclear. I mean, who are the peers? How are they guarding the doors? What happens when the products of science get out and do things? And, all you have to do is look at the history of chemicals, many widely used chemicals today, to recognize that many of the disputes around the effects of these chemicals relate to the very uncertain boundaries about, models of how did the pathways work and what even counts as a cause and effect relationship. So against that backdrop, what we have seen is the rise of a different kind of expertise, not expertise contained within the halls of paradigmatic science, but the kind of expertise that this room represents and that civil society groups have been able to gather together to some extent. And so what I want to spend the bulk of the rest of my talk on is talking about where there could be universalisms, because I take the yearning for a bridging of the divide across minefields, the finding of common ground, to be about a search for universals in a sense. And I mean universals in the sense of aspiration, not in the sense of accomplished fact. We don't all have to come together and agree that this is the case. After all, if some people in this room believed that Mr. Jairam Ramesh was a spokesperson for Monsanto, but if he is capable of coming here today and holding hands with us, and I was honored to be in the company again with him, then there is a promise, and even the distinguished chair of this session has said that he and Leo have not always found themselves on the same side of the boundary. So it's in that sense that I want to talk about an aspirational universalism in which it is possible to at least be in the same room and talk about the same thing and feel that at the end of the day, some of the purposes around which we wish to gather are the same purposes. So the next slide, please. This is, in a way, the jumping off point. So it's not only that sciences have splintered, have become more complex. The systems we want to try to study and understand are very complex, but along with that has come a fracturing of the authority. So it was fashionable around the turn of the century in science and technology studies, or STS, to talk about mode 2 of the production of science. Mode 1 was the kind of science that Kuhn was talking about, with its purity, its basis largely in universities. But people said that mode 2 of scientific knowledge production has to recognize that science today crosses disciplines, crosses institutions, is no longer located only in universities. In fact, in America now, more than half of funded research is actually funded by private sector entities. So that line has been crossed. The federal government no longer funds as much as 50% of basic science. So, the question of whose knowledge is it and how detached is it from private interest has taken on new meaning in the world that we're in. And it's not only that people with interests are producing knowledge, it's also that the relative power of those groups producing knowledge and those groups who are forced to live with the results of the knowledge is uneven. So employees have always had access, employers have always had more access to information about their employees, including their health and safety, than the reverse. And today, in the era of datafication and big data, those problems are even exacerbated. And in those examples that I've laid out, like Bhopal and Union Carbide, Chernobyl and the Soviet state, and Fukushima and TEPCO, there was also an involvement of governmental bodies in ensuring and underwriting those discrepancies of power, and that exists still today. And the technologies that states have evolved to know and understand things, to some degree keep alive the imbalances of power. States look at us, nation states look at us in ways that we're not always capable of seeing ourselves or looking back at them. So let's go on. Next slide. So the first universalism that I want to talk about that civil society can bring to the table, and organizations like this one that we're celebrating today, is the universalism of experience. So this is not the universalism of detachment. This is the universalism of actually living in the way that people live on the ground. These are the community leaders who are in the room today. Let's go on. Next slide. So I often talk about this quotation because to me it encapsulates a lot of what is meant by the discrepancy between expertise on the one hand and experience on the other. This is an anonymous spokesperson who spoke back to the Brundtland Commission during the preparation of the Our Common Future report. And he was that person was very skeptical of what the commission was doing, because even the words that the commission was using seemed to leave aside common people's experience. You talk too much about survival and you don't talk enough about life. And these people that still live in the Amazon region do not want to reach down to the level of survival. So it was rejecting a form of literally top-down knowledge in favor of a different form of knowledge. And the form of knowledge that was being experienced is the form of knowledge that is associated with living a life, not merely observing it. Next slide, please. So we're familiar, particularly in India, with people who have asserted that kind of knowledge and have been able to make headway. And it's worth remembering that these social movements, the Chipko movement in particular, has had the same kind of wide circulation as certain kinds of scientific statements about, say, climate change or whatever. So why is it that a Chipko movement can have the same kind of status People know what it is. People know what it stands for. They know what kinds of actions were taken. They even have some idea, if they're environmentalists or in the environmental community, why, what people were doing. The idea of tree hugging became a term in the English language, and it was certainly not what the people in Chipko themselves were using, except as a symbolic statement. So let's go on, next slide. And the Center for Science and Environment, whose first citizens report, wonderfully printed so that the cover was upside down in relation to the text. I have a copy of this first edition of this report, and I quite treasure it as a thing that indicates how it was a cottage industry, and yet it was a cottage industry that was able to grow and universalize itself, and now features in any history of the Indian environmental scene. But its influence has reached, of course, much wider. Next slide, please. So there's the universalism of experience, which I'm suggesting can bring us together because it's on the ground and it is lived life showing the complexity for what it is. You don't have to have a social science of the women in Chipko separated from the biological science of the trees. They're interwoven, they're integrated together in a certain sense. But from that well of experience, one can also question the wisdom of expertise and the universalism of expertise. And I want to argue that expertise is a different thing from science. Expertise is something that builds on scientific knowledge, but goes further because it exercises judgment in some ways. And as soon as experts exercise judgment, they're setting themselves up in another layer of society, the same layer that is occupied by the rulers. And therefore one has to ask, well, what is the accountability of these experts? And I want to spend a little bit of time thinking about how we as members of civil society can interrogate that expertise. And there is a universalism that comes from reasserting our right to ask certain kinds of questions of the would-be experts. So let's go on. Next slide, please. In America, the expertise about planetary systems was always tied to Cold War and weapons type of manifestations. The name of Buckminster Fuller is very much associated with a planetary vision. And there was a coming together of a kind of geometrical view of environmental responses. I mean, this is the man who built and designed the geodesic dome, but together with the ideas of the spaceship. So Buckminster Fuller is famous for having authored a sort of guide for the pilots of spaceship Earth. And so there's very much the sense that when you imagine the Earth as a planet, you think of it as a vehicle in outer space, and then you have to imagine the people who are actually guiding this planet, and it's a manual for spaceship Earth. So let's go on, next slide. Yeah, I think something of that idea infuses this sudden familiarity and appeal of the word Anthropocene as it has taken off since the turn of the century. So I'm sure everybody here is aware that geologists now are talking about a new era in Earth history, which is the era defined by the uses that we as a human species have made of the Earth. And the Anthropocene is the term that is given to this era in which we're all living. So this is a way in which geologists and the geological sciences are universalizing the idea of the very sort of phases of the Earth that we're attached to. Next slide, please. And the fact that the Anthropocene exists and planetary systems are understood as systems has given rise to very ambitious ideas about how science and technology can deal with all of the problems that we face. And probably the most ambitious of these at the moment is the idea of geoengineering in whatever form it takes. And geoengineering is supposed to allow us to guard on a planetary scale against the destructive forces that are let loose on the world. But this extract of a quotation from the anthropologist Joseph Masco suggests that we have to look at the sort of presumptions that underlie the systemic assumptions about the Anthropocene, namely that there is a kind of universal infrastructure upon which we can build our geoengineering models. So let's go on. Next slide, please. Turning to the sociology and philosophy of knowledge, one finds that there are two very different approaches to thinking about what the role of human beings and of civil society should be in the face of these new ways of characterizing the world as planetary systems, as computerized systems, as spaceships, as things that we can be directing by using a manual. So two European thinkers who have written about this, both now sadly no longer with us, were Bruno Latour and Ulrich Beck. And if you look at what Bruno Latour had to say, he embraced the idea that these things that we have created, these technologies, are things that we should grab onto and celebrate and not fear, that we should take control of them. So today we can fold ourselves into the molecular machinery, a very celebratory statement of what modern biology can do, of soil bacteria through our sciences and technologies. We run robots on Mars. That's surely a celebration of Mr. Musk. We photograph and dream of further galaxies, and yet we fear that the climate could destroy us. So his precepts were that we should not fear, rather, as he said in another of his essays, we should love our monsters, embrace them, and try to live with them. Whereas Ulrich Beck, as a sociologist, was more thinking about the societies that have been created in this fashion. And he says in matters of risk, or he said, in matters of risk, we have been disenfranchised. So this is far from the confidence of a Bruno Latour that we, the citizens, have lost sovereignty. So I think that the Beck formulation of the world rings true to many people who see the promises of technology and think, for instance, of the Mangalore airport disaster that little film showed us, and how many people could have predicted something, but nevertheless, the technological hubris ran away with things until the disaster happened. And I think that the universalism of questioning expertise is about how we as citizens can stop feeling disenfranchised and actually learn to recover our lost sovereignty. Let's go on, next slide. Now, this is particularly significant because today we are guided in the environment by all kinds of goals and all kinds of indicators that tend to be defined from the top down. And this is a familiar image, I'm sure, to most people here, the Sustainable Development Goals. So how else can we think about these Sustainable Development Goals if we adopt the questioning universalism that says expertise is something not just to be accepted at face value, but to turn the lens around on expertise and ask questions about it. So what kinds of questions? Next slide. So one question is, where are we standing, whoever the we is, when we bring those questions into being? The right-hand image is one that I took in Calcutta Kolkata in just the last few months. And the left-hand image is from a street in Oslo. So depending where you are, I mean, you know, arguably the picture on the right shows a more sustainable mode of transport because it's not generating a great deal of carbon, it's using up a lot of energy. But is that the world we want? And in any case, which is the right baseline from which to calculate globally where the world should be going? Next slide. And you may recognize the figure in the right-hand image there. So not just from what baseline, but what is the purpose? What are the purposes of these technologies that are being evolved? And on the left is this artificial ocean of Pavagada, at the time we visited right before the pandemic, the second largest solar park in India, I think you said. But then when we drove into a nearby village, they were at first quite critical of these people who had suddenly landed in their SUV, and they criticized us for having essentially destroyed their world, destroyed their futures, because there was no farming possibility left. And even though the farming had been very uncertain, for some of these people, the returns they were getting from having invested their small amount of soil into the solar park was not enough to keep body and soul together. And for the next generation, for the young people, it was absolutely not clear where they were going to go for jobs. Bangalore was quite far away, and there were no jobs to be had in the region. So they did become extremely welcoming when they discovered that we were not, in fact, the people who had landed the solar panels into the region, but it was a reminder, the sort of juxtaposition between these inert panels and the very much alive people was a reminder how little we ask about the purposes of technology as we go about installing them. And I think that, again, questioning the purposes is another way to regain the kind of lost sovereignty of the citizen that Ulrich Beck was talking about. Next slide. And then the distributive impacts. I mean, this is something that I actually have a hard time understanding, how one can go into technological development without asking all the time the question about who is this for? So why should the electricity go to coastal urban areas and the village that is immediately next to the dam be left dark? I mean, these are kinds of phenomena that we see overall. And again, this is one of the most powerful citizens' movements that this country has generated. And it did actually have an impact. And it had an impact that caused entities like the World Bank to step back from the building of high dams. I mean, not that it stopped these developments for good, but I think this intervenes in that discussion we were having before the sessions began about, is it a lost cause or is it a struggle that must continue? And I think I come down on the side of the struggle that continues rather than lost cause, because when citizens speak with this kind of voice, things do happen. And that is something I remain persuaded of. Next slide, please. We've talked a lot about law, and it's my field as well. And I think that law offers another way to do universals that science does not offer. And so this next universalism that I'd like to propose is one in which we go back to understanding law not simply as an agent of the market, something whose function is to make life safe for rich people exchanging goods, but as an instrument of social justice. And social justice, of course, is one of the norms that this organization stands for and all civil society groups stand for. So the next slide, please. I was thinking about this before Mr. Ramesh mentioned it. In fact, I didn't know he was going to be here, but this is a development that is, again, extremely significant. And it is a way of saying that one can find interstices in the law. One can even find institutions that should exist, but did not exist. And the NGT legislation and the development is an example of that the environment demands its own kind of tribunal. And I've highlighted one of the sentences there, or at least the beginning of it, because shall provide speedy environmental justice was one of the prime functions. I mean, of course, one can write many cynical articles about whether it does it or doesn't do it, but nevertheless, one has to take account of the fact that for the environment to have a role in social justice and vice versa, it may be necessary to create a tranche of advocacy, a place of advocacy that will deliver something different from the kind of law and economics teaching that many of the best students in our law schools still think is the purpose of going to law school. So of course, thinking backward, we have to think what kinds of law schools will be serving these tribunals, but that may be another area where environmental organizations have a role to play. Let's go on. Next slide, please. In American law, there's been an opening up, but it's a troubled history. Right now, we're in a period of regress, as many people know. But this idea of standing was another of the crucial developments of law in relation to justice and the environment. Again, the point here in the development of standing law in the United States was a recognition that for the environment, for nature to have a role in our lives, there has to be some symbiotic relationship between who speaks for nature and what nature is. And so starting in the 1970s, there was a liberalization of so-called standing law about who can come in and on what grounds they can speak. And it's philosophically significant because standing previously had been linked to property and to economic purposes. And it was only in the 1970s that people began to recognize, judges on the Supreme Court, that standing could be for other reasons as well. And those reasons include aesthetic reasons and, conservation and recreation, along with the more standard, I own this property and you're interfering with my property rights in the system. So this became, to some degree, hardened into a legal test by the 1990s, showing that even the formalization of the law was actually recognizing an expanded state for standing of citizens. And then the last case, the 2021 of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, that's the one out on the West Coast, in a way retrenches and says that the plaintiffs in the Juliana litigation, this is the youth movement litigation, trying to force the federal government, the Environmental Protection Agency, to act more firmly on climate change, that they lack standing. But I think, again, the important thing is to put the idea into circulation, and the win or the loss is not the immediate thing. It leaves the struggle open to be carried out again the next day and the next year. Next slide, please. And it's not only happening in the US. So in French environmental law, this rather arcane proceeding by a small village has actually shaken the roots of constitutional law and environmental law, because this commune of Grande-Sainte actually sued the French state because it was not fulfilling its obligations under the Paris Accord. And eventually they got a judgment from the French Supreme Court saying that indeed the government should take all the measures necessary to bend the curve of greenhouse gas emissions to meet climate goals. And this was the very first time that the French Supreme Court had actually ordered the state to live up to positive obligations in relation to the law. So this was, again, one of these moments in which the law is being used not in a technocratic way, but in a way that actually changes the constitutional relationship between the citizens and the state, because the citizens are making this demand on behalf of a municipality and its mayor. And next slide, please. And then this one, where it's not yet obvious what exactly is going to happen, where the Peruvian farmer says that the glacial melt is going to flood the terrain, and the German High Court actually sends experts in to study the situation. But the point is, who is suing whom where? This is a global lawsuit. It involves a global planetary level problem. And the plaintiff says, I hope the judges and also the representatives of the energy company have recognized through their visit the constantly increasing risk to which we are exposed here. The question for us is not whether a tidal wave is imminent, but when and how badly it will hit us. So the sheer fact that citizens are bringing these kinds of claims and they're being heard across continental divides and across oceans, and the law is moving and is moving its own expertise around the world, I think that these are major manifestations about a reclamation of the territory of the law to serve environmental interests, creating a very different kind of universalism from the universalism of science, and it's much more the universalism of social justice. So let's go on, next slide. And then the last one I want to talk about is the universalism of memory and of storytelling. I think everybody who is trained in law understands the importance of storytelling. People less well understand that science is also in the business of storytelling, but the stories that science tells are not always the same as the stories that history would tell, or that people through their own folktales and legends would tell. Next slide. And in this country, of course, the 1984 Bhopal disaster, which is going to have its 40th, I guess, anniversary next year, is one of these parables. It's become universalized. You can say Bhopal and people will have a glimmering of an idea of what happened. But it was partly about keeping the memory alive, keeping the memory of injustice alive in a variety of different ways. There is this actual monument in Bhopal, which is perhaps not the most artistic thing anybody has ever seen. When I went, it was in 2004, I was struck more by the graffiti on the wall, which said Hang Anderson, suggesting it was a rather unforgiving memory. But nevertheless, it is a commemoration of a thing that happened that has itself circulated far and wide, much more powerfully in a way than scientific knowledge circulates. Next slide. And even then, and maybe still, on certain evenings, the survivors and their families would go out with candles and walk around in a procession and come to the central square and put the candles down. And it was a sort of exhibition almost in its way, a commemoration through enactment and reenactment, a ritual of flames and light, which are part of the fabric of this country, which were keeping alive an understanding of a set of relationships that must not be allowed to occur and recur again. And then the next one. Next slide. And the commemoration happens, of course, in mediums that are not always tangible. So I was struck that in 2007, Indra Sinha's book, Animals People, was shortlisted for one of the major literary prizes, the Man Booker Prize, because it was a statement that, like Chipko, like the Narmada movement, Bhopal itself has become one of these circulating signifiers. It is something that has achieved a kind of universalizing status, and it has done so because of citizens claiming and reclaiming their sovereignty through multiple generations and saying, this is not a technological world that is tenable anymore. It has to be done differently. We could have a whole big discussion about what has happened now that Bayer has chosen to buy Monsanto and what some of the reverberations are because of that acquisition. But it is interesting that that chemicals no longer move around the world with quite the same freedom that they used to before. And it's, again, a different kind of storytelling, a different kind of exercise of citizen sovereignty that has led us to this point. Next slide, please. And with that, I want to thank you, and I hope that we can carry that discussion of new universalisms forward.
So thank you, Professor Jasanoff, for that magnificent lecture. It has left me with more questions than answers, which is always the sign of a good talk. I'm sure you have questions too, and I'm told we have about 15 to 20 minutes for an interaction. So I will pass the floor on to you in a few minutes. But may I exercise the privilege of responding to this brilliant and wide lecture this evening. Professor has spoken of equity or inequity and a sort of a balance or an imbalance of power that we see in all our societies. And raised a question perhaps whether science at all is the answer, and whether the next generation or the youth in some way offer a better future than we have imagined. I think that becomes a very interesting and a perplexing question, because the intersection of youth and science is itself now a given. I think the exposure of science and technology with the current generation is exponentially higher than what any of us have seen. Does that mean that a better future is imagined? One that is more equitable or not, I think is going to be a burning question. And I say that because science itself has its amoral side. I was intrigued to read on the flight yesterday from Delhi an article in the recent Caravan about what is called the Bangalore effect, if you will. And it's not charitable at all. It speaks of the Bangalore effect in the context of technology. I hope I can be forgiven for saying this at the Infosys Science Foundation. It's not that I personally subscribe to this, but it's a perspective that the Bangalore effect today has come to mean a sort of an amoral engagement with science and development, where you contribute a classist, technocratic model, heavily lopsided, focused on what we generally understand as economic development, but bereft of compassion and equity. And Professor Jasanoff also very interestingly, and I would say thankfully, referred to the role that law schools might play in being feeders to a concept of environmental and social justice. And this is again, perhaps a Bangalore question to be asked. It has already been revealed in my introduction that I went to the National Law School, so I can't deny it. But is that NLU model also then feeding social justice, or is it feeding a certain elitism? I think is a question that at least I have been left with. What common ground then can we find? Look at the paradox when, and this was a universal paradox, when it came to the question of vaccines during the COVID disaster. And the world was divided between vaccine deniers and those who readily accepted the medical scientific solution to come out of this pandemic. Where was the common ground in it? It was not then good enough if I took the vaccine, but someone else in my vicinity was a hater or a denier. The Supreme Court today is dealing with the question of same-sex marriages. What common ground do we have? Today, there's no common ground even when it comes to the question of gender. If you look at the position that the union is taking and the position that the petitioners are taking, they are worlds apart. And what struck me the most, I think, from the talk this evening was the distinction between having a life and simply survival. I think that's a marvelous and a very visceral approach. And that's very real to us today. When we speak of concepts of gender, of poverty, and I would say significantly of caste in India or race in the West, we cannot approach it from a condescending perspective where we're simply recognizing somebody's right to survive. If we are not elevating that to a right to live a full life, as Justice Bhatt will endorse, a right that in Article 21 of our Constitution has been recognized to mean something more than base or bare survival, I think the conversation remains incomplete. And in that sense, therefore, I would say that more than aspiring for this common ground, perhaps it's time to look at new ground. A new ground which represents a universality of the positives, the compassion, the grace, and the hope that humankind have manifested historically. Environment and science are also universals in that sense. They are issues that everyone is dealing with today. An environmental issue in Bangalore is equally an environmental issue in South America and vice versa. And therefore, this new ground, as Rumi had said, meet me in a place which is neither good nor bad, to paraphrase, is perhaps what we need to look at. The law has a lot of catching up to do. More recently, we have seen judgments where rivers have been recognized as living beings. That is new ground. And that is universal ground that brings with it hope. It brings with it questions of access. And I think it brings with it also important questions of influence. My friend Bablu is here, Bablu Ganguly, who runs the Timbuktu Collective. And I think he has shown, that example has shown that influence to begin with may be small, but it is real. And when you see change happening, what he's done, perhaps many of you know, is converted an arid sort of desert land into a lush green forest, along with which has come all the elements of compassion, social empowerment, women's empowerment, cooperative movements, etc., which I think are markers of real change. So therefore, I conclude by saying that it's been a fascinating lecture, a lot of food for thought for us to carry back with us. And I thank you for this opportunity and open the floor to any questions.
So thank you for your talk. And I guess I'm interested in thinking about these universalisms from one question about the, I guess, starting point for where the universalisms come from. So I thought something really illuminating that came out of the talk was thinking that the law itself actually came from an imagination of private property, that it was a kind of idea of a liberal economic subject, a kind of white male subject maybe, that kind of went around the world and colonized it with its thinking about economy. And then that becomes the world in which something like environmental law has to emerge to respond to it. So I'm just thinking that, you know, in what Leo was saying, he saw something very similar happening in Bangalore, that as soon as you allow the instruments of such an imagination of law to take over as the starting point, then that becomes the imagination and not something like the green city, so, or the garden city. So I'm wondering what you think about the other starting point. So something more like what the man, I guess, witness from Brazil, if that would have been the starting point for a different kind of universalism, and what you actually do with, given the fact that the world is laden with these very powerful universalisms that we might want to disrupt and compassionately resist, as I think many people have put it so far.
Thanks for the question. I'm not sure whether this is a question. I mean, the law, like science, has presumptions built into it, and what we, what the Indian Supreme Court will decide about same-sex marriage has a lot to do with dominant understandings of who should marry whom. And these are not things that come out of nowhere. And we know that, at least in the Western context, the production of law is extremely closely tied to elite formation of all kinds. The US Supreme Court, I think at the moment, has only one justice who was not trained at either Harvard or Yale Law School. And until recently, all 9 of them were either from Harvard or Yale Law School. So the question of where alternative imaginations of the law would actually find ground to stand on, given the hold that the power of the law has on always already built-in ideas about rights and responsibilities. I mean, that is a real question. But I think it's a broader question of interdisciplinarity. I mean, where is the critical faculty in relation to any discipline, be it law or be it earth and planetary science? Where is that going to lodge and where is it going to find its place? It's obvious, I think, to a lot of people here that farmers' knowledge about what seeds are like and what's needed to make them grow doesn't as easily find research funding to propagate it as the latest, greatest discovery of how to edit a genome of a staple plant that would give somebody a monopoly on a very valuable kind of seed. So I think that once one takes the institutional levels into account as part of what needs to be reformed for purposes of social justice, then the challenge becomes both more focused in some ways, but also more difficult. I mean, this is why without knowing that Jairam Ramesh was going to bring up the question of the new green tribunals, I thought of that as a kind of example because it really is making a niche, making a space for a kind of jurisprudence, which I was suggesting needs its upstream element. I mean, again, it's not enough just to form the institution. What kind of advocacy is going to work in it is also part of the question. But one of the things I've admired about ESG is that it actually doesn't seem to think that you have to be trained in law and have a credential in order to be able to pursue interesting lawsuits. In US law, or in the institutional context of US law, you can be a Supreme Court justice without holding a JD degree. It's since Earl Warren, I don't think there has been anybody appointed to the US Supreme Court who didn't have a JD. But there could be a movement to do that, to restore that kind of an imagination that is more societal, more complex, and more compassionate. At the moment, the person on the US Supreme Court who represents that kind of a viewpoint is probably Justice Sotomayor because of her particular ethnic and gender experiences. But one wishes for a more thorough kind of revolt and reform that actually even revitalizes potential that exists in constitutional theory. One doesn't always have to even go outside the Constitution. I think that the overall point for us to carry away is that these decentralized places where imagination has not necessarily been constrained by the standardization of the very successful is itself, those are the labs, those are the places from which I think creative social justice initiatives can spring.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jasanoff, for a really imagining futures. A couple of thoughts came to my mind, and one is the subject, imagining futures. One is the mention of World Earth Day. And the third is on the issue of living and survival. Here we are, some 200 odd members of Homo sapiens species, talking about the survival or the life of 7.5 billion Homo sapiens. And I don't know whether we are really addressing the futures of those other guys out there, excluding the 200 odd here. And what future are we talking about of those who are not, who don't even understand the things which we are talking about here? This really is got into me. And thank you very much for triggering this in my mind. Thank you.
I'll take that more as a comment than a question. But I think that we don't have to act like we're determining the future for the 7.5 or however many billion either. It's more what resources to think with. Can we bring into the discussion? So that's a quick response. Delhi air is not the best for lecturing on.
Would you like to take some voice rest or can I ask something? Okay,
No,
mine also could be a comment. Not
You can
really.
go ahead.
Not really a question. Thank you for the very scholarly presentation of many ideas which are possibly now emerging. We basically picked up on these two words which you picked up, experience and expertise. The kind of world which was in the past, maybe partly we have lost now, has been the world of experiences. But maybe the last 100, 200 years seems to be the age of expertise, the age of the so-called specialization. And a few words one has just quickly picked up. The age of the experience possibly belongs to the locals, whereas the age of the expertise would belong to the universal scholars included. The age of the experience could be of the commoners, whereas the age of the expertise could be of the consultants. The age of the experience could be of simplicity, whereas the age of expertise could be of the specialization and speculation. But now anyway, now the concern here was, is it really still possible to speak of the age of the experience? Because the expertise, specialization seems to be all over. The universities are offering more and more. I'm just referring even to, if you look at the Bangalore city, the Bangalore effect which Aditya was talking about. In the last 10 years, the Bangalore colleges and universities must have had at least 100 extra courses. The field I'm coming from, architecture, I know how many new programs have been added. The students come, they join the colleges. So it's increasing. So where is the scope for the experiences? Of course, ESG honored some of the community leaders here. It's still here. I'm not saying it's not here, but aren't we losing this so fast? And aren't we giving too much of importance to the experts and the consultants, specializations included? So where does one really find or discover again the experience or age of experience again?
I wish I knew the answer. It gets a little sadder and more complicated in a way, or more intensified if you think about what the experts are experts in and why. So in the last few years, like 5 or 6, many universities have decided to start new initiatives in climate. They didn't do it for environment. I mean, so even though Earth Day was in 1970, the major environmental legislation in America began, back in around then, 1969 and so on. Most universities did not treat environment as a crying issue, but now they treat climate as a crying issue. And you have to stop and ask why. And I think the answer is rather clear, because people see that climate change, unless we, quote, do something about it, unquote, will not let the very well-off people on the planet continue to live in the ways that they do. So climate has become a place of expertise. If you look at the kinds of people that are being hired into these climate positions, they're people who are energy experts, for instance. And why are they energy experts? Because they're imagining societies in which the demand for energy absolutely will rise and must rise. And I'm sure that everybody in developing countries is aware that the great fear of the rich countries is that when developing countries reach the same level of development as is average for these other countries, then the situation will be turned on its head and result in a tragedy of the commons for all. I mean, so not that there will be a common ground, but there will be a tragedy of the commons. So I think that the rise of the expert class is at the same time a rise in the defensiveness toward the status quo. There are not very many people who are specializing in how the sustainability of the village mud hut can be generalized and made into the lifestyle of the rich and famous. the rich and famous are still building things like Trump Towers and, that, which are not very energy intensive, sorry, very energy efficient to my knowledge. So, it's restoring experience means restoring the value of experience. And I'm sorry we didn't hear the entirety of the poem earlier this afternoon, because one way in which one restores the beauty of experience is through these neglected fields of the humanities that are being stamped out at the same time as the rise of the experts. So I think it's a big problem. It's a problem that universities absolutely should be dealing with, but I think civil society should be dealing with it all the more, because if you don't give people resources to speak in, language, resources to think about the world with, like philosophy, resources to remember the world with, like history, what kinds of societies are we going to even begin to imagine? So I think of all my talks as being fundamental pleas for restoring a kind of humanism, even in the most technocratic spaces. And I'm not in a university context where that's a popular position to take.
Thank you, Professor Jasna, for a really spectacular lecture. As always, it was really astounding the number of sort of cultural and political backdrops you spoke through. And I thought that it was, of course, very interesting to see the way in which science and technology, as you said, lands in these various contexts and how they're extremely contingent and culturally contextual. So while I understand the sort of structuring of science and technology and the way in which particular contexts take up science and technology is contingent on their history, political processes, etc. I was wondering if you could say a little bit about the sort of agency side of it. How do you see or sort of analyze the ways in which there's sort of a will for transformation and a will for change, or a will for agency across these contexts also? Do you see them also as being structured by particular histories and politics? I'm curious about the sort of transformative, the will to transformation and the will to agency, and how to think about that.
Yeah, thank you. That's again a huge question. And Leo and Bhargavi and I, along with a number of other colleagues, have been working for a few years on a project that was called Transformations to Sustainability. So, how transformations can be made to happen and who the agents are and from whom new action can come, and the kind of new ground that you were envisioning can arise has been somewhat at the top of our minds. I think we have to rely on Leo to set up a workshop soon to discuss those issues in more detail. But I think that the sort of beginning of an answer is, you were talking earlier about how the digital entrepreneurs are talking about unlocking the potential of the country. People don't seem to think anymore much about people doing literature or art or even philosophy unlocking minds. And I think that the first place to begin is by delineating the fact that alternatives exist. This is why much of my research has been comparative, because I want to show that even with the same hard object in the hand, it's possible to make something completely different out of it, aesthetically different, commercially different, and so on and so forth. I think the fact that we had the logo unveiling in a way speaks to that. I don't think I've ever been to a conference with a logo unveiling. It's so this is a famous first. But I think it's it's a tribute to the fact that even something as commonplace as a logo can be made into a site of spiritual reflection. Now, supposing every idiot logo manufacturer in America were taught to rethink that this is a craft moment, it's not just a standardizing moment. If people could sort of relearn that designing software is not just about speeding up that chatbot to be better than ChatGPT or, whatever, but that, somehow in the relationship that you're building with the mechanical, you're also investing yourself. You're creating a sort of world in which, behind the veil is an interlocutor that you're making in your own image, and why. I mean, this is what the purposiveness is about. So I think, going back to the function of this session and celebrating ESG's 25th anniversary, the thing for which I am most thankful for the existence of these organizations is precisely that they have not been, disciplined into the structuring capabilities of the science and technology, but remain unruly enough. I mean, if Leo was bad news, then he's an even wiser and more knowledgeable bad news now. And one could say that of Bhargavi and probably all of the members of the board as well. So, how to maintain that unruly, resistant, rebellious, and to some extent, therefore, more imaginative and free imagination. I think that's the most we can say about how to think about agency. Be outside the grid and not inside of it.
I've got a question, and to be more clear, I've given it in writing. No, you can read it, no problem. So I'll just read it out. Given that no system of government has ever done away with inequity, is it not inequity natural, given that people and populations are natural numbers, and applying norms of a continuous variable statistically mislead analysis and diagnosis? I'm asking this question because you said you have got a mathematics background.
My mathematics background was left behind when I graduated from college. And since that was at the age of 19, that's quite a long time ago. But setting the mathematical joke aside, it depends on what one means by inequity. I don't think anybody thinks that we will produce a world in which everybody will have exactly the same quantum of every good that exists. It would be probably impossible to imagine it, and people would be changing things almost immediately so that they would have more and not less. I mean, I'm sure that many people in this room have had little tugs of war with their nearest and dearest over the blanket on a cold night. I mean, so, the who gets to wrap themselves up in what is always going to be a thing. The questions become ones of, does everybody have enough for a satisfying life? I mean, for not merely survival, not bare survival, but to be able to develop one's potential. As you know, there's a great deal of philosophical attention that's been given to what those minima might be and how one might achieve it. I think people accept that if a floor is set and nobody is inhumanly below that floor, then you're in a relatively just society. I think people. Why do people ignore numbers? Well, I mean, that's a very sweeping statement, and I don't know that I can agree with it without understanding exactly what it means. And, a lot of the time numbers don't matter to people. I mean, do I really care what exactly? Most modern governments have huge departments of statistics and data collection and so forth. I don't think India's is any exception. Why do people make policies that seem to fly in the face of numbers? You could be asking that. And the usual answer that people give is it's politics, because people want those things. I mean, so just to take one little example and leave it at that, America has gas prices that to all the, so gasoline for cars, that to the whole rest of the world appear to be irrationally low because they do not conform to the cost imposed on the environment of having those gas prices. But the price of gas has become a fairly good indicator of which party is going to win national elections. So if you want to have a government that is elected and elections depend on votes, people will ignore the fine environmental arguments about the price of gasoline because they will never win the elections otherwise. And they will sooner, to go back to a previous question, invest a lot of money in the search for an alternative fuel like hydrogen, so nobody ever again will have to worry about gas prices, and therefore they will pay for scholarships for people not to be studying environmental law, but to be developing hydrogen-based fuels for airplanes. I mean, there are a lot of vicious circles and vicious dynamics in here, but I think one of the things we've been talking about is how does one change from vicious circles to virtuous circles or cycles. I don't think any of us can claim to have any monopoly on the good, but at least finding alternatives to the way things are is one place to begin. If your thing is about ignoring numbers, then I think there are things that a person like you might do by asking, well, where exactly are numbers being ignored? How can you make those numbers more relevant? Again, maybe I'll just conclude with one little example. In America, as you know, another great irrationality is why we have more guns than people, and then why we have mass shootings more than any other country. I mean, no well-to-do country has that high rate of gun deaths, and yet America seems to, roll along not doing anything. A few years ago, there was a shooting in a high school called Parkland, and the survivors of that school launched a movement. And one of the students who was a survivor took a class with us on numbers and their problems. But this kid who had survived a traumatic experience was absolutely convinced that if you could persuade people about the numbers, that all these people are dying because of the numbers of guns, then the American public would change. And I don't think that even at Harvard, I was able to get this young man to change his faith in the numbers. I don't think I was able to get him to understand that when somebody takes this weapon called an AR-45, I mean, excuse me if I'm wrong, I'm not a big expert on guns, but this has become a sort of prized weapon. I mean, people would sooner have that than a pet dog. And, there's a famous picture of a member of the US Congress sending out a Christmas card with 6 people in the family cradling their guns. So that's not about numbers. It's about people's understanding. It's about people's appreciation of things and about people's experience. And there's where you have to go to restore the humanity to the numbers.
If there's a problem with time, I'll yield. Okay. No, thank you for a very provocative kind of presentation. And what struck me in particular was the use of visuals to explain the problem. I mean, I was looking at that logo. The S could very well be Bhargavi, and the G looks a bit like Leo. But if I were to interpret some of the visuals in your presentation, I was struck by one very, striking kind of imagery. In the planetary, those 2 parts of the planet you showed, it's very interesting that North America remains cool, and it's India, China, and Africa which are burning. And in your examples also, the examples you gave of Fukushima, TEPCO, Bhopal, they're all from this burning side of the planet. It almost seems to feel that, nothing is wrong in North America. There's another image of Chipko, and I find it startling. It's an old image that the women are hugging the cheered pine, and that cheered pine is a disaster for the Himalayan ecology. There's an image of Narmada, and all those women had gathered on the slogan of there will be no dam. And eventually all the dams have been built. So, the contradictions in the imageries themselves. And given those contradictions, this is my question to you. What is the common ideological and political frame that is emerging?
Is there one? So on your very first point, long ago already, maybe even 30-ish years ago, I wrote an article about the prevalence of those Earth images. And what I pointed out was that they were circulating very discrepantly between North and South. And I did a particular little quickie comparison in the year 2000 about the prevalence of that planetary image that shows North America as compared with other ones. And the most circulating one actually shows the African continent and not North America. But it was already clear that when people picked out images from NASA's huge collection of these space shots, they picked for a purpose, and that they foregrounded particular things that they wanted to show, and usually their own geographical domain was one of them. So, the fact that images have politics behind them is standard fare, it's standard analytic ground in the field of science and technology studies. If you're also asking about my choice of images, I'm not sure that there is anything particularly significant there. I mean, I do want people to, you have an audience of people coming from all kinds of backgrounds. We know that images grab people more than text does, and having a lot of bullet points and dense text is probably not the best way to engage with people. So I try to take aesthetic images. Sometimes there's a purpose to them. So when I wanted the Fridays for Future images, I did take some trouble to find them from different parts of the world to make the point that this is not a movement that is localized in one place. But I think if you're asking a completely third question, which is, do analysts in the North typically depict the rest of the world in ways that exonerate their own and highlight others? I think there is some evidence to that effect. I mean, there is a little bit of work done on how the distribution of climate change impacts has come to be represented using what kinds of colors and what kinds of intensity of color, and that these have not been utterly neutral choices, and that to some extent, the relative safety or innocence of one place is signaled by a cool palette of colors, or maybe even shades of white and gray, whereas the more dangerous places are depicted in warm colors. But that starts to get itself into a domain of expertise that I'm not sure that you want to hear more about right now.
Hello, Professor. So
The word that stuck with me through the presentation was compassionate resistance, and the thought, it kind of crossed my mind. This thought about political engagement. I read about how being politically engaged is one of the most important things if you want to ensure a better, a better situation for climate justice and climate change. And I also volunteer with Fridays for Future's Karnataka chapter, and a lot of the work we do is resistance. We are always trying to kind of hold the people in power responsible and all that. And sometimes we think, it'd be better if young people get into politics so that our needs are better represented, and rather than being on this side of this side of things, where we ask for leaders to do this or refuse, don't do this. It would be better if we are in that position. But at least in India or around my peers, I don't see a lot of us considering it as a career or as something that a place for us to be and do something about it. And I'm not sure about other countries or other worlds. I mean, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Please bear with me. Other places. So, yeah, just wanted to hear your thoughts on this.
So I'm not sure that I understood exactly the question about.
I was asking about the importance of political engagement and how young people don't see it as a career, at least in this country. And yeah, what do you
Well,
think?
I think that the situation in America has really changed. And as with almost everything in the country right now, there's a kind of polarization even around the question of age. I mean, it's interesting that the last election at the presidential level had two of the oldest candidates ever facing off against each other. And Biden has just announced that he's going to run for re-election. At the same time, you're seeing much younger people going into politics. I mean, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was the youngest woman to be elected to the US Congress, and people are in the South in the last set of national elections, a couple of very young people were elected to the US Congress, people in their 20s. And even the anecdote I mentioned before about the Parkland shooting victims organizing, I mean, some of those people have discovered that their best way to try to influence anything is by getting elected. We have in our neighboring city in Boston an extremely young woman mayor who's also the first Asian American mayor elected. So I think there is a generational shift, but it's a bimodal kind of distribution. I mean, you get the feeling that people between 40 and 60 are basically completely nuts. And, it's the over 60s and the under 40s that the need to form an alliance of some sort. That's probably not quite the same demographic distribution that you find in India. What's said about India is that India has a completely different demographic distribution from Western Europe, where it's very top heavy among the older people. And here the sort of part of the hope of the country is said to be in the fact that there are many more youth that are capable of doing things. And then the worry is that they may not have jobs and may not have the bare sustenance to be able to get into a political career. But I think that it doesn't seem hopeless to me that out of these masses of younger people who do exist in this country, some would decide that there is, I mean, even if it's infantile rebellion against something that a lot of their elders have bought into and they don't have a theory of it, even if they're not animated as Bengalis of my time were by a particular political ideology, nevertheless, I think just the sheer fatigue of seeing older people drone on and on might drive some of them into doing things in political action. I mean, if I were to endow something in ESG, I would do it for an internship program so that Bhargavi and Leo and all of their coterie of friends can grab half a dozen people every year and try to brainwash them.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not a question. I just want, Shaheen thankfully found the poem I was supposed to read out. And I think in a way it very beautifully, responds to what you have so, profoundly spoken of. And I would say it responds, largely to what I would say the universalism of what you called unruly, relentless resistance and everyday resistance at that. So it speaks to that. So I'll just read out this poem. It's by Lisa Sohair Majad. She's a Palestinian poet. And like I said, it's called No. No, there's no poetry in it, but I need to say something about no. How it stands up, no matter how unpopular, in the face of injustice. Maybe it can't thwart history. The powerful have always known what they can do, and they do it. No can't stop an avalanche, but no could be a retaining wall, built of rough stones wrested from the earth, carried one by one up the hill on someone's back. No might be a tree in the middle of a village street. Traffic shifts to flow around it. Its presence a reminder of what used to be, what won't be forgotten. No is the perimeter of stubborn cactus, springing up around destroyed villages. You can bulldoze houses, evict or kill the inhabitants, but the thorns of memory can't be eliminated. No is steadfast. It knows what it's like to have nothing in its hands but dignity.
Thank you, Professor Sheila. And thank you, Dr. Sondi, for the lovely conversations we've had today. I would like to request Amrita Menon to kindly honor our guests with our ESG goodie bag. Has a lot of our merchandise with the new logo on it. Mugs and t-shirt. Memento. I would like to call Can we please have Mr. Leo Saldana for the closing remarks? Sure.
By the way, this is for sale outside. This is from Haryana's team. So you see this special logo here made by. So this represents that you all know Earth, but it's also a congruent, equivalent symbol. And it's equal to this is made with iron, but it's greenwood. And this is made with, it's a globe and blue, and but it's made with, when you order a Geo something, it comes with a blue bag. This is the garbage. And then these are all the inclusion of all the companies that ESG has bought. You can see all the caps here. That is the inclusion we are talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh, for that lovely interpretation. Leo, could we have the closing remark?
It's late and I know I shouldn't take much time, but it would not be fair if I couldn't thank profusely Professor Sheila Jasanoff for having made it across the world to be with us today. And believe it or not, day before yesterday, she was traveling from Boston to Delhi. Yesterday, she was giving a lecture, and I'm sure it was as engaging as it is today. And then last night, we were texting, and she was asking me questions, and I was responding, and the time was only 12 o'clock. And this morning, she woke up, and she took an early morning flight. So last night, I remember asking her, don't you sleep? And she said, it's a waste of time. Or something to that effect. Now, and tonight she's leaving at 3:30 in the morning back to Boston from Bangalore. So I don't know, hopefully you'll have a good flight and will sleep well. It's a long flight and I hope you don't have too many stopovers. But for us working with Sheila has been, it's a meeting of a world of worlds which could never meet. And she comes from a position in which she has contested power, though the institution itself is powerful. We know, for instance, that the struggle she has had to set up the Science and Democracy Network within that framework, which is named after John F. Kennedy, which in the Western world is a doyen and a symbol of democracy. But the struggles that there are in setting up the Science and Democracy Network in the Harvard Kennedy School is something to, you'll be overwhelmed when you listen to what Sheila's struggles have been there. And what she has done is essentially to go around the world and help people reimagine what it means to not lose hope. And to me, that is, fundamental. Because we live in an age where cynicism is almost everywhere. We're all quite happy with, saying how bad things are. But for me, the more important point is, how do we actually imagine in a way that we actually can see that there's so much possibility? And today's lecture to me was actually the universalism of possibilities. It was not simply something that was meant to provoke us, but actually it was a message that, it's not about chasing hope, but to live in hope and to be in hope with each other and to hold each other's hands with hope is perhaps the most powerful energy that there is on this planet. And I'm sure that that energy is going to overwhelm all the darkness that is there and, the kind of struggles we are having and the specter of climate change and its horrendous implications, all of that. So I wake up every morning thinking, okay, there's going to be bad news. Like today you saw some bomb went off and so many soldiers died. But I also wake up to say, okay, what is it that we can do today that will perhaps make tomorrow more interesting, right? So, and I must say that we have been happy to be associated with Sheila and her team, and she has pulled together during the darkness of COVID pandemic. She did the most magical thing. She pulled together people from Australia all the way to the other side of the planet, if you want to think of the planet as flat. And there were conferences we had in which we would get up in, our turn came somewhere around late night, but there are people in Australia, I don't know when they woke up. I remember a person from Japan, for instance, who had to get up at some ungodly hour, some 2 o'clock noon. So the rest of us could have some rational sense of, okay, we are within the span of sensible time. But there are 50 countries. And the COVID report that is going on, it's really a critique of how we responded as humanity. Yes, our governments did things and we did things and we hid away and somebody, did crazy things and all that. But the point is, finally, here was an example. Here was a moment in human history where the world could have done magic and brought humanism right out there. And did we do that? That was the question. And one of the prescient moments for me in that study was when Sheila gave a kind of a lecture when all the inputs came in, interestingly funded by the Eric Schmidt Foundation, one of the founders of Google. And she said there has never been a playbook, and everyone was looking for a playbook. So today, what I got from your lecture, Sheila, is that you again reminded us that, to be unruly, like Dinesh was just now, is actually being alive. And we're not searching for survival. We want to be alive. We want to live. And this is the whole gift we have got on this planet. And I really thank you for that message. I really appreciate that you made time for us and you came all the way. And I'm sure that you have inspired so many others who have joined us. Many, many more have joined us online. So I really wish you a safe and sleepy flight back home, so that when you get back to Boston, it's nice and springtime there, and so you can enjoy it there. And I must say that I really, really thank Aditya Sondi, who's been a friend outside of the court, but inside we fought bitter wars. But actually, he was on the right side of the opposite side. He was representing the National Biodiversity Authority, and we were fighting Monsanto. So, in fact, National Biodiversity Authority supported our cause in the first major criminal action against Monsanto, perhaps the only criminal action against Monsanto globally. It's now subject of a new book called Seed Activism, which has been published by MIT Press. It's a book written by Karine Elaine Pechard. And when we started this, we didn't realize that we would actually be fighting with the man we met outside, Jairam Ramesh, where Bhargavi and I were standing in the public hearing with thousands of other people. And I can still go back to that time and hear Bhargavi screaming at him and say, "You're not letting me speak." And it was not like he didn't want to let her speak, but it was like so crowded. And Mr. Devegowda, the former Prime Minister, turned up to that public hearing as just an ordinary person, as did Mr. Dr. Anant Murthy, who had come straight from his dialysis. He didn't even go home. And to me, that gave hope that we are at a moment of history where there's a man who is a Minister of Environment who has the power to decide what we eat. And we have to use that power and reshape the future. So today, when we stand in 2023, and I look back at that public hearing in 2010, the kind of unruly behavior that was there, which was productive energy, which was shouting out the truth against the morass of the corporate state industrial complex. And the fact that truth eventually triumphed. And even to this day, we are eating brinjal, which was the first GMO they wanted to push into our throats. Kind of, yeah. My point is that it is in moments like this that we can actually inspire ourselves. For me, this has been an energetic moment, and I thank you for that. I thank Aditya for making time. I'm quite happy with the fact that I got to meet Justice Krishna Bhatt. He has just retired from the High Court. And the kind of memories that come back when he looks back at the Cogentrix struggle as a moment of our history. If Cogentrix had succeeded, Karnataka as economy would have collapsed. And it's to his credit that he could bring it out. Arun Agarwal is not with us, but he exposed the corruption. But if you see subsequently the type of energy dynamics that are taking place, any politics of energy that is going on currently, for instance, the way the Edinburgh report has revealed it, if only what we saw in 1999 was seen by everybody, the Edinburgh report was unnecessary, because that's such a monster company would never have been created to completely capture the politics of this country and take it in a direction which we are fighting today. So I think small groups matter, small voices matter, and I I'm quite grateful that Madhu actually brought up the fact that we are only human. Otherwise, what can we be? Chat GPT, we are not. We'll never be. But there are colleagues who want to, when we say, let's write this, they just come up with I said, how did you do that? And I said, oh, it's not bad. You can write dumb, boring stuff with Chat GPT, right? But today's was not Chat GPT. Today's was from the art, and I really appreciate the whole thing. So thank you very much for this. And I would request all of you to come again tomorrow for the conversations. The way we can leave today, Bhargavi gave the suggestion, and I think it's a good one. is that instead of going out of the door, can you come towards the stage where we can all be together for one photograph, and then we can again go out of the door. So thank you very much and have a good night. Just please come towards the stage. Come on the stage.
Dinesh is sitting there.
Yeah, Dinesh will come. Thank you. I have to push together. Yeah, I can ask you to come quickly so that we can all. Yeah. And those who are below 40 may kindly sit in the chairs, and those who are above 60 can squat on the floors. Yeah. Yeah, go, thank you. You are not visible here.
Because behind the podium, nobody will be.
Go inside.
Stand behind you.
That's for Aditya.
Rather stand here. Can everyone squeeze in, please? You come here.
You come.
Oh, he's there. Okay.
Come here.
No, you.
Right.
Oh, here, who is taking the picture?
Arjun, pick up.
Everyone ready?
Yeah.
A long night, bright smile. It's been 25 years. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, quick smile, please. Okay, one more. Make sure nobody blinks their eyes. Okay, and look at the camera. Everyone look at the camera. Behind who are hiding their faces, please.
You have to come ahead.
Okay. Everyone here to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile.
Thank you.
not so, what's something now? Tomorrow's long day.
Tomorrow's a long day.
Next long day.
Yeah.
You is like this
Since
one.
today weren't long enough.
Brilliant long days. But it'll be nice, I think.
You can just let it roll downhill from here. You've already handed out enough. Right.
Nothing
Wait, so an entire pile of gift bags. Hopefully they're smaller gifts and less heavy. For what people eating together, what's the at the restaurant next to here?
Satya, that was nice.
Some of that. You wish I had
Very
some
well researched, but ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಅವರು ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಅದೇ gave that academic examples ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ರಲ್ಲ.
So everything's staying out. Everything's staying out where it is. Doesn't need to be like locked away. Yeah, I noticed this. Is this going up somewhere? End of the day, application. Something important. You're doing it by doing it. How things been going at the ESG? Find everything 3 weeks. That is enough. Fully aware. The people's anxieties don't exist in Bulgaria. He was born in a time before anxiety. There's no TikTok.
Educate yourself.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go get my bag. I'll be here for dinner, I guess. That's what's happening. It sounds so depressed.
Why are you calling?
I'll be here for dinner if that's what's happening.
Yes, that sounds better. I'm just gonna wait till I sleep. I know you. The second thing I'm really after me. Yes. I was telling her about
Last time I was working with the Indian Institute of Science in Pacific.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like don't see her on C-SPAN, watch her live, and today I don't know if I sleep. I think that's possible, but I think because I'm enough things. I mean, what the differences are more complicated. I thought maybe ತೆಗಿಬೇಡ ತೆಗಿಯೋ ಒಳಗಿಡೋ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗೋಣ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಬಿಡ
ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಡೋಣ ನಾಳೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬಂದು ಯೂಸ್ ನಾಳೆನೇ ಇವ್ರದಲ್ಲ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನು ಪೇಟೆ ರಾಡ ಹಿಂದ್ ಕಡೆ
ಹಾ
ಲೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ ಮಾಡಿ